Computer. I didn't know if you brought a computer.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Ready? Hey. Good evening, everyone. Calling the meeting to order. 6:30, and just want to let everyone know tonight, we appreciate you coming, and if you have cell phones on, if you'd please cut them off or put them in the silent mode so we don't hear them ring during the meeting. All right. I'm going to take a quorum of the board. Mr. Huppine. Here. Mr. Benesh.
Here.
Chair Dean Ward's here. Mr. Wooten.
Here.
Mr. Docker.
Here.
And Ms. Kirkpatrick.
Here.
Thank you. If everyone would please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, guys, we're the Graham Planning and Zoning Board, and we're just an advisory board to the Graham City Council. We consider and make recommendations to the council regarding any request for changes to zoning assignment. As such, City Council, and the final arbitrator is the final arbitrator or disapproval. Meetings are conducted according to the written published agenda. Individuals who wish to speak concerning any request to be considered will be given opportunity during the public comment period for each item. Please signify by raising your hand, your desire to speak, and the meeting moderator, typically myself, the chair, or the vice chair, will call upon you and will recognize you. Please come to the podium, state your name and address, and voice your comment. The time limit for comments is 3 minutes, but may be extended by the moderator to allow for questions from the board. Please maintain a respectful and civil demeanor with all comments and responses to questions. The meeting moderator will signal when an individual's time has expired and will call for the next commentator. If an individual does not respect the time limit, speaks out from the audience without being recognized by the moderator, or disrespectful of the board, they will be subject to removal from the meeting. Once the public comment period has been closed by the moderator, further comment from the audience will be deemed out of order, and individuals not respecting this will be subject to removal. And thank you for your cooperation in that. Cameron, I want to change the agenda just a little bit. I want to start with the accessory buildings tonight. Item number B. That's where I'm going to start. But while you're getting to there, did everyone have a chance to review the minutes from last month? And if so, did anyone see any changes or any additions that needs to be made?
Yes, I made one comment to Cameron under 7A, future land use plan discussion.
Mhm.
I had him correct my name spelling.
Okay. Any other corrections? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, Cameron, let's move forward.
Yes, sir. So back again with the accessory dwelling, text amendment that we discussed last month, at the, what was it, February or maybe even January city council meeting, a citizen, attended and requested that the city explore the idea of adding in language addressing accessory dwelling units. Language was drafted by staff based on previous discussions, associated with accessory dwelling units. We looked at this last month. No real changes were made on my end. from what was provided. I know we had a couple things we wanted to change, but wanted to table it to get some more insight from you all on what you all would like to see inside of this document. I didn't really receive much of anything on this front, so I figured we'd talk about it tonight. I know there's some lingering things from last time, such as the water sewer connections, things along those lines, which we can edit and change tonight. But I think there's also some larger scale items of discussion that y'all want to talk about. So I pretty much just left it as is, and we can pick back up where we were.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkpatrick, would you like to start?
I will pass to the next person for
Thank
right
you.
now.
Mr. Wooten,
Pass on this for the moment.
Dinesh?
Well, the comment that I would like to make is the fact that there was a statement made that by someone from the audience that North Carolina did not allow for an AUD to have or have an address of the same, and by adding or not adding a letter or a number to the end of it, which would separate it. But by North Carolina law and the regulations of North Carolina, which I have here, they do allow it. Alamance County doesn't have a stipulation whether or not, as long as it is approved by the local authorities, such as your emergency services and post office, so they can deliver the mail. They can be signed. For instance, 1,000 A and 1,000 B, but it'd be two separate units on the same lot. To clarify that, so that needs to be included if we're going to address that as being allowed an AUD in Alamance and City of Graham.
Agree with that too.
I know we may have talked about it last time as well, but is that even something that, I mean, I guess, what does it say inside of here? That anyone seeking shall coordinate with the Alamance County GIS addressing an emergency service to endure any address to be assigned will work for all agencies. So it doesn't necessarily say inside of there that they're, I guess, subject to a certain stipulation. It's just that they need to get approval. It's almost like it almost needs to be redacted in a sense where it just doesn't need to be in there because you're already having to do it. I think that was something we talked about last time of if that is the case for the statutory requirements or whatever the county has, then they'll have to abide by that anyways. It
Right.
doesn't need to be
The
included.
county doesn't have a stipulation.
Okay.
If you'll go back to there is a book, ADU Regulations in North Carolina, the complete guide that North Carolina puts out. It addresses all the counties that recognize and have approved AUDs alphabetically. Alamance County has not adopted any particular plan, so they leave it up to the cities
Yes, sir.
inside the county.
Did we ever come up with the stipulation or agree between the board members here? If not, if we do choose to proceed forward in allowing this is not to require extra power meters and extra water meters to allow that. I mean, that was one of the things I think that city was wanting, but you know, some properties are served with a big enough water meter that would run two houses, and I don't see that need to pass that expense on of a new tap fee when it's already existing. And same for the power, if there's power services big enough to run an accessory dwelling unit. You know, some people may have a 400 amp service and may have 150 or 200 amps left that they could run an accessory dwelling. I just don't want to see that cost passed on to the homeowner or property owner if we choose to recommend approval.
I think the term that was used was capacity, right? Like if there's sufficient capacity for the existing line out there to serve it, then it can be used off of that. But if it does not have the capacity to store or to serve that accessory dwelling unit, then yeah, it's something that they'd have to address, probably making another tap connection.
And it's also my understanding is that there wasn't a restriction size for an accessory dwelling unit? We talked about certain things, but there wasn't, one city wasn't asking for a restriction size. Do you not think it would be appropriate to potentially consider a size? Would you want an accessory dwelling overpowering the main dwelling of the property?
I think, it might even be fair to state if you don't want to have a specific number in mind. I know areas like Raleigh and other places have, it just can't be bigger than the primary structure. If you got a 5,000, that's probably a lot. A 2,000 square foot structure, the accessory could be 1,999 square feet. And that essentially would meet a requirement and not have a harsh stipulation on anybody, I guess, for, if they did want to have a bigger one and their house is larger, they could still make it work. Or lot coverage in the back.
So if an accessory dwelling was approved and built and it attaches to the main dwelling,
Mhm.
that going to give you a certain problem with addressing?
I think it really just I think we had this discussion as well of, the connection and everything else. And I think it has to be a purposeful, connection and separation of the two. We talked about what if we want to just build an extra bedroom on top of our building outside of here. That's not really an intentional ADU per se, but when you close it off with a wall and a locked door from the other side and its own individual access, that's when it acts as the ADU. And we need to meet those size requirements essentially. And then, like I said, it boils down to whatever the county states for addressing. I don't think the city really has any requirements. It really all boils down to what they say.
I think a lot of those addressing requirements are stipulation by the post office as to how they deliver the mail, how they set up their mail.
Mhm.
delivery.
And
So
a lot of the post offices really don't deliver they tried to move away from individual mailboxes, at
Yep.
least in the new larger subdivisions at least. But it may even be something that they'll allow it, but needs to get that approval from, and the county and the postal service work hand in hand whenever they're doing this addressing stuff as well.
Also, I would like to see if it was something that we was leaning towards approving, that it must be behind. It
Mhm.
can't be anywhere else on the property. It has to be behind the dwelling.
I think how I had it written in here was that it is limited to the rear and sides, where it cannot go past the front of the existing structure on there, because you have to take into consideration unless you want to differentiate between the two of a detached and an attached, right? I mean, it's hard for an attached to be fully like separate and in the back. I guess you could put it on the side if you wanted to. But I think that's at least how I have it written right now, is it can be put in the side. But it's going to be difficult to put them in the sides due to the setback constraints, because most of the homes now aren't really meeting or right there on them as well. So I think really what's written inside of here is just not going to protrude past the existing one. But if that's something you are thinking about of limiting it to only the rear yard, all you have to do is take out that side piece that's written inside of here.
Well, if I may, add to that, require detached ADUs to maintain a minimum separation from the primary structure, 6 to 10 feet, for example, to prevent it from functioning as an extension of the house, and restrict the ADU to the rear of the property or rear of the building line, the primary structure to maintain a single-family appearance from the street. Would that be acceptable?
I think it's completely up to you all, as how you would like to kind of move forward with your understanding of how you would like to see these things passed. There is a requirement for building code alone of separation between structures. Like if you don't want it in the side, that's perfectly fine. We can just leave out the side portion of this and say it's strictly to the rear property. But we could also, I guess, keep it for rear and side for the attached. It really depends on how y'all want to kind of flip flop around that. So. Or we could, it could exceed building code requirements. Like if you want to have them attached or detached, have 20 feet of separation, and that's something that y'all could write inside of here if you absolutely want to. I hope that answered your question.
It did.
Thank you.
Item number K on the list, I'm just concerned about, we've got the language in here about bed and breakfast and boarding houses and short-term rentals. How are we going to enforce that?
I think, it's the same way we enforce it currently, is case by case basis. All of these things are required to get, zoning permits here. Like I said, I think this was just really put in here the same with the water and sewer aspect of just enforcing or not enforcing it, but putting it as strict as you possibly can inside of here to limit it to just one specific type of use. It's either individual living or long-term rental. But as for enforcement, I mean, we're going back to the same discussion with, the whole aspect of it previously is, there has to be evidence associated with it. And that is determined by, what's going on around there, neighboring property owners, collaboration with, emergency services, i.e. police force, us inside of the zoning department as well, code enforcement. So I think without the, appearance of a zoning permit classifying these things as such, then they are deemed to be in violation. And we'd have to, of course, provide that evidence associated with it.
So Cameron, what would staff's position be on if this was approved as far as materials used? Does it need to blend with what's there? If it's brick there, does it have to be brick, or can it be just stucco, or could
Yeah.
it be vinyl siding, or?
So general statute doesn't allow for any governing body to regulate any type of materials being used on homes. So we couldn't say this has to be similar to the existing structure because we'd be breaking statutes. If it were in an overlay district, that'd be completely different. But since it's just in a residential, we don't have the regulation to be able to do that.
Okay. Anybody have anything, feel free to chime in anytime. Going through some things I had on my mind.
Like to go back to the subject of the amount of square footage allowed. The accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 50% of the Hoogan gross floor area. I think that would be appropriate in smaller lots, but if we get into lots that are like 2 acres, like bigger, that really doesn't, is not such a factor. I would suggest that we remove that. Maximum area of 1,600 square feet and say shall not exceed, say 75%.
Are you gonna, no max, I guess, just no more than 75% of the existing dwelling?
Correct.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there.
That one's on you all as well. I mean, if that's what you all envision, or something you like to pass forward, that's on y'all as the board. So, like I said, I think it goes in line with some areas. Essentially, it's either percentage of the existing dwelling or just say it can't be larger. So if you want to put a percentage cap on it, that's certainly fine too. I'm sure there's probably other ones that are more restrictive, than even what we have written down here now. But I think it's fair to, bring that point up because, the gentleman that was here at the last meeting, he was one of the instances where he has probably a larger home on a larger piece of land that maybe not meet his requirements for what he's exactly wanting to do based off this. But then again, like I said, it's case by case basis. It's, in one area, you have to understand that that's also what's going to happen in the other part of town and more dense areas too. So it's hard to kind of, I guess, pick and choose. So it's finding that comfortable medium.
I know we had this conversation last month about it also. This is a one-time deal for each parcel. Is that correct? If you do it one time, if I sell it and someone else buys the property, can they have their one-time shot too?
No, sir. Well, I guess, yes, you're correct. They cannot, essentially state what it says inside of here. Let's see, propose something.
Item C.
Yeah,
Mhm.
properties, no, wrong one. Yeah, one accessory dwelling unit is permitted per lot. So if it goes with the land, essentially, not the landowner that's outside of there. So if you build it, somebody else couldn't go out there and say, oh, this is my new lot. I'm allowed to build another one on there. It just doesn't work like that. So I think since it runs with the land, it's just that one single one.
But now, how does that affect people with acreage inside the city that's all platted at one plat right now?
Mhm.
So I own 6 acres here in Graham, and I go to subdivide my property and I've got an accessory dwelling, are you gonna tell me I can't have one on my new lots that I've cut off?
No, I think you can because it's a new piece of land. Whenever it's a lot of record, I think is probably the best way to put it is, it's a brand new lot of record, so long as the existing accessory dwelling unit being subdivided meets all of our requirements, and there's a new lot created that meets all of our zoning regulations, you can build your house and then you can build your accessory dwelling unit, but the primary house is gonna have to be built first, essentially.
What is our thought process about the density in a small confined area?
Well, I think it still boils back down to, what zoning district are they in currently? If they're in an R18 zoning district, they're gonna have to meet the 18,000 minimum square foot lot area. And of course, they can exceed that. When then you go to your R7s, it's gonna be difficult for, R7 to gather all that land to be able to put 6 or 8 units on one lot and subdivide it off, as well as meeting the setbacks. So I think it's still in line with what the zoning districts lay out for, that density and where it's being expected inside of these different districts. And like I said, I think a lot of it's just based off of the square footage that you're going to need to have a lot out there. Because there aren't many, I guess, I understand where you're coming from as well, but in the R9 or R7, there aren't many 2-acre pieces of land left essentially where you can kind of, build 8 lots on, 2 acres of land essentially. But it's certainly possible if somebody were to buy up a big cluster.
Well, I was reminding me of the property down here in Wilton that come before us a few months ago
Mhm.
where they wanted to do duplexes.
Yes, sir.
And the duplexes were shot down, but they could go in there and do houses and do accessory dwellings and achieve the same thing. I don't want us to circumvent our zoning to opening up a loophole.
hmm I think that's something to take into consideration. I mean, I think that's, I don't want to say the risk you run whenever you're approving accessory dwelling unit, but I mean, it essentially is. I mean, it opens up the door for additional density here inside the city of Graham. Somebody could argue that it's good, affordable living for some people, and other could argue that we don't want more houses here inside the city of Graham alone. So like I said, it's you flip a coin and figure out which side you want to land on. So it's definitely possible. I think a lot of it boils down to these smaller lots, the setbacks of them as well. It's going to be really difficult for some of these to be able to build these types of duplexes. It's really going to be a smaller type of accessory dwelling unit, maybe a smaller garage conversion, things along those lines. I mean, if you really want to try and safeguard yourself, you can increase the setbacks if you absolutely wanted to. That's definitely a thought. But I think what we have inside of there currently kind of keeps things in a condensed little area on said lot. But it can't really be compared whenever you're talking about a smaller lot in a smaller zoning district and a
Right.
larger lot in a larger zoning district.
Thank you.
Just going back to what you said earlier about the water and sewer, I think it should be a case by case basis. If there's adequate electric supply or adequate water supply, depending on the size of the house, the needs, the situation already there, I think there should be a flexibility there instead of mandating that it has to be a separate one.
Right, but I didn't want to require it at all to, and if they need it, they can get it, they can apply for the city. But when you say on a case by case, it's one property owner, one property owner is putting an accessory dwelling, and if he thinks his water meter is big enough, are we gonna require him to have a separate meter? How do you judge?
And that's part of the problem.
I mean, it's not a problem the way that I'm talking about, so maybe I'm not following you. If you don't require it to be done, then it may be something that they run into in the after the math and they have to come down to the city and pay a tap fee and get a new tap put in and a new water line run.
I'm basically agreeing with you.
Okay, I didn't, it don't sound that way.
Okay.
You hear
I'm
me?
Or letting the homeowner bear the burden
Yes.
of
Yes.
determining whether or not it's
Yes, yes.
sufficient.
And I think there might be like an aspect of insurance that comes into play as well of providing the flow that's going to this new building, because you're going to have to provide some type of documentation on top of your existing mortgage or new mortgage that's going onto that building, or, they're going to have to pull a building permit. And if it really is a large question, not case by case, but we have staff on hand to determine what the flow is that's going out there. And if they really do need another meter out there. But I think
That's what you said.
Okay. Anyone from the audience want to speak about this topic tonight that we're talking about? Mr. Chrisman, come on up. Glad you could join us tonight.
Eric Crispin, 208 Albright Avenue in Graham. I'm late to this conversation, but if it's a case-by-case decision on each lot, why not just have a special use permit on it? The special zoning request. Just a question.
Do you think that's necessary, Cameron, for each one to have to apply for special use permit?
I mean, it really depends on how, like I said, it boils down to how you all look at it, right? It can definitely work in that aspect. You're talking about a case by case, but at the same time, I think you have to understand, there are a lot of factors that come into approving a special use permit. And those 6 criteria, I think they come into play like not hardships, but, what is essentially it's not devaluing other people's property, things along those lines. So you're definitely adding in additional layers for them to get to that point. But I don't think the aspects of, water meter size, things along those lines, or size of it is going to come too much into play for the special use. But it's an extra layer for you all to take a look at for each new special or accessory dwelling unit that comes along. I don't think that I have too much of an opinion on it. That boils down to how you all feel. If you think that these need an additional look from a governing board in order to get approved. And that's the only thing that I can really relate to that, honestly. I don't think it's,
Cost factor for a special use permit versus coming up to the city and just being able to walk in the door and apply for an accessory dwelling.
site plan, engineered drawings,
Well,
showing
they
where
gotta
it's,
present
but
engineering drawings.
it's not as like a conditional rezoning for a large scale development. It's almost just like a plot plan showing where it's going to be located. Do you have your necessary parking? Are you meeting your necessary setbacks? A surveyor could probably do it. But you're still talking $3,000-$4,000 on top of a fee from the city of Graham for a special use permit and an additional 2 to 3 months in order for the dwelling unit to be potentially approved. And I think that's, it's burden on the developer who's want to do it. If they have to understand that if they apply for this, there's a chance that they could get denied. I think with the special use permits, it shall meet all 6 criteria. And if it does meet all 6 criteria, it shall be approved. And it is on them and anybody else to provide information otherwise, and for, city council to determine whether or not those 6 are being met. So you definitely open yourself relatively vulnerable for some of these decisions, especially if it's something that's going to be steadfast here inside the city and you're going to have special use permits, 3 special use permits on a docket every month. But that's not a reason to take away from it for the time that it's going to take to review it on the city council side, but just, a thought to throw out there.
Thank you. Come on up. Please state your name and address, please.
Good evening. I'm Molly Whitlatch, and my address is 531 North Main Street. And I had just a couple questions on the special use permit. Would that process allow neighbors or adjacent property owners to have input into the application?
So it really is specific to you. If you are directly their neighbor, yes, potentially, but it is all based off finding of facts and evidence. The council will not be able to take in any bits of opinion. If you do have anything that you would like to provide, it needs to be backed up with some type of evidence. There's a swearing in aspect, and I think that's really where it boils down to. And we have to determine if you even have standing in this discussion. If you're a block down the road, there's a good chance you don't have standing to even bring your comments forward, unless you're an expert in subject field of what's the word I'm looking for? Appraisals. Like, this is going to harm my neighbor's appraisal value for building another home out here. Then you could be implemented as an expert witness. But there's a lot more legal requirements for these special use permit hearings because they're quote like quasi judicial.
Right.
It's a court proceeding, essentially.
Yes, I understand the quasi judicial aspect of it. I guess my point is, if it wasn't a special use permit, then adjacent property owners wouldn't have notice or any opportunity to have input
That's correct.
into what was happening.
Mhm.
Okay. And then my second question is, when I read the proposed statute or ordinance, I don't see anything that addresses joint driveways. So for instance, I have a large lot, my neighbor has a large lot. I think they would meet the criteria to have ADUs, but we share a driveway, and that would be quite an imposition on the properties if 2 additional houses were placed on those lots.
Yeah,
And from what I read, there only needed to be sufficient parking for 2 spaces for the primary unit and then 1 for each bedroom of the ADU. But that would, again, if there was no process for neighboring property owners to have the opportunity to have input on the application, if there wasn't a special use permit process, then that could be an imposition. So we just, excuse me, ask the board to consider that.
yeah, I think with the cross-access stuff, it's, again, it runs with the land between 2 property owners and a contract or deed aspect between, those 2 lot lines. And it's really hard unless it's something that is specifically written inside of said, easement between the 2 property owners that this shall only be utilized for 1 single family dwelling on the lot. I mean, I think that it is definitely possible to throw something inside of here that states, they have to have their own single driveway. But of course, that's up to whether the board wants to implement that or not. I think shared access is, listed a lot throughout of our development ordinance to limit the amount of entrances onto city roads, and additional curb cuts that are required. But like I said, I think it really just boils down to if that's something that they deem appropriate or not.
Thank you.
Another follow-up?
Absolutely. Come on.
Eric Crispin, 208 Albright. You're going to consider each of these additional dwelling units on a case-by-case basis. What criteria are you looking for on a case-by-case basis?
Whether it can meet the setbacks on the property. I mean, I'm against the water meters, the shared driveways. I didn't think of that, and I appreciate her standing up and asking about that.
Mhm.
That's something to consider. But it's all over Graham right now. The accessory dwellings are going on all over Graham right now. And
Sure.
you're aware of it, and we're trying to either decide whether it's something that should be permitted or not be permitted in size and quantity, but staff would ultimately have that say.
We talked about it in the past about mother-in-law houses.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like when you talk about case by case basis, it really depends on what type of process is going through. And it's really not a case by case basis whenever there is specific language inside of the development ordinance that states this shall be what happens, or that sounds bad. This is what happens essentially when you're wanting to build an accessory dwelling unit. So there's not really a case by case basis anymore outside of maybe on the owner's side of things, if they need to get a secondary water meter or not, because their current water line does not support the other area of the home being. So unless, and even with a special use permit, it's not case by case anymore because they're still having to meet those criteria inside of it. There's not, we're going to give you a reduced setback here because your lot's a little bit smaller. It's all going to be to whatever it states inside the development ordinance, if that makes sense.
There are a lot of unknowns. And when you have shalls, then it becomes arbitrary and capricious on who to decide. Well, we didn't think about the combined driveway, so oops, bad on us. So how many other contingencies haven't we thought about yet before we get into making
I mean, I
a
think
new
there,
ordinance?
oh, sorry. There's some instances inside of here talking about the lot shall have legal access to public or private street. So legal access being an easement deed through a shared driveway. Of course, it just wasn't specifically out there that you're not allowed to use a shared driveway. Like I said, those things run with the land, and how much do we really want to get into governing, what
Okay,
people
and
are
how
able to
how
do.
accessible then are these dwelling places? Even if it's a shared driveway and you got a log driveway going back into the woods, and then you got a house beyond that, it's hooked into your water line or it's got a well and hooked into your electrical panel. How accessible is that to rescue vehicles and fire department?
That is, again, it's born on the developer, whoever's wanting to do it. I think there's a lot of landlocked lots here inside the city of Graham that don't necessarily have direct access to the right of way where fire trucks can get down. I can think of a couple that are down East Hardin Street, and we've had these discussions before as well. As it comes to, if the road is not accessible via the fire department, then we're going to try our best to get back down there, if possible.
As the house is ablaze, we're going to try our best.
What I've heard, so. mean, we have our appendix D, I think, hasn't been adopted, which requires each lot to have frontage on a 20-foot wide, at least a 20-foot wide road here inside the city of Graham. And that hasn't been adopted due to the fact that we have all of these older roads that are landlocked, easement deeded throughout, they're rock, gravel, dirt, anything else. And it's really just, it's your understanding as the person who's doing this of the risk that comes with it. The same with your water line. If you want to try and connect to it and you don't have enough capacity to do it, you're gonna have to come back and get a new meter connection.
I urge you not to vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
On the drum.
Okay, Jerome Bias, 205 Albright. In your specifications, I noticed you're saying something about properties located within a historic district, historic preservation district. Are we specifying whether that's a local historic district or a national historic district?
Properties designated as a National Historic Landmark by the United States Department of Interior, and properties located within a historic preservation district. So I think it spans across all areas of historic districts. Like I think, some areas along Albright fall into the state category, that they're identified as such, and then have to get approval from them to do a lot of things. So I think it falls into that category of you have more things that you have to do in order to get it done inside of those district areas. Same with like downtown, if there's somebody wants to do it inside of our historic resource district, they're gonna have to come through the Historic Resource Commission in order to get it approved.
My house is in a national contributing structure to the National Historic District.
Yes, sir.
There are no restrictions on my property.
Okay. I think.
And that's why I was pointing out, if it was a local historic district, such as downtown, Center Square, there are restrictions. Whereas if it's a national historic district, there's nothing, and you're not making a clarity between the two. So I was just wondering that.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Any further discussion? How it started, I don't really want to see us have a bunch of duplex lots around town. And I think that's what we're creating, is we're creating the issue with, allowing multiple dwellings on one property, which is ultimately creating that loophole for duplexes, as we talked about on Wilton. So I think there's a way to do something here, but I don't think that, that we have it all in front of us right now. I'm certainly against. I think there ought to be a square footage, maximum square footage for an accessory dwelling versus 50% or 75% or 25%. I think it ought to be a square footage if we want to allow it. And I think we ought to consider making sure that you have your driveway that's with that property. You can't use an accessory driveway from someone else, your neighbor's driveway, as long as it's a deeded easement or driveway. I think that needs to be considered.
Yeah, I think everything that you're mentioning, can be incorporated into this tonight if you so do choose, like I said, a discussion between you all as to, Chair Ward's discussion topics of, is this something that can be included inside of here? Or is this something that you just all aren't comfortable with and want to deny it outright? Because I think there's avenues to get what you want inside of here, but it just has to be discussed essentially and find out what that exactly looks like. If it's, we don't want shared access driveways between two property owners to be used to access accessory dwelling units, that can be put inside here. You want to have a maximum size requirement for accessory dwelling units, you can put that in here. The water tap that can be put inside of here tonight. So if that's topic points, essentially it can be incorporated, but if it really just the idea of we really just don't want accessory dwelling units, we don't like this at all, then we could just move to deny it and move it along.
Mr. Wooten?
I'm concerned on a couple of issues, several issues, as a matter of fact. First of all, I think I would tend to agree with you on the maximum size of the ADUs. But then again, a percentage of the primary dwelling or primary residence on lot, I think it's going to be a function of the size of the lot. Typically, smaller lots are going to have smaller dwellings, and they're going to be restricted if 50% or 70, whatever the percentage might be. It's going to be a function of whatever the size of the lot and the primary residence is. So I don't see that as much of a problem, although I really don't see a problem with maximum area actually specifying a maximum area. So I'm flexible enough on that. I do agree with you. I am concerned that we are opening a door for duplex type dwellings. I understand the need for an ADU ordinance where we're trying to cover a lot of bases with this particular ordinance, cover a lot of area. I'm not sure that we're quite there yet with it. I'm also concerned about the stipulation that it shouldn't be used for rentals, bed and breakfast, the enforcement issue, just like we've talked about before numerous times, that still is a concern to me. But I do understand what our citizen petition has petitioned and understand his situation. And we do want to accommodate the citizen at this point. And frankly, there is going to be a need in the upcoming years for smaller units, smaller dwelling units. And this may be one part of the solution. So I'm not comfortable with where this is at this point, and I'm open to, you know, how do we deal with it? I'm open to whatever you guys want to discuss. But I don't like it like it is right now.
I don't either. Mr. Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am okay with not requiring the water and sewer taps unless required. I am actually okay with the 50% or the 1,600 square feet as written. I do have concerns about the shared driveway that we probably need to work out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Crafton.
I would agree with all of that. I do think that we need to consider the historic districts and make sure that we have clarified whether we're talking national, local, or both. I do think that's a concern. If you look at, we had previously talked about that this had been brought to the state of North Carolina to be voted on. They do impose setback minimums, and I think that's something that we need to talk about as well when we start to worry about density and just lot sizes. They had provided setbacks, and if that's something that we would like to include, I think it would be worth mentioning. And I am also okay with the 50% size and the maximum of 1,600 square feet. I think if you look at other locals, places that are similar to us in size, like I've looked at Lexington's, I've looked at Durham, they all do have requirements of maximum square footage. And I think that helps with the concern of duplexes appearing that are meant to be ADUs, but now look like duplexes. I think when you just provide no maximum or you don't provide them an actual maximum square footage, I think Cameron had brought this up in the previous meeting, then they just say, okay, well, if your house is 1,700 square feet, our ADU is 1,699. And I think that's a concern that I would like to make sure we address.
And I think speaking to the general statute that's been brought up, everything that was written inside of the applicability aspect was listed inside of there. The same with the historical districts. It was pretty much just taken from that inside of there. So that's drafted straight from their document essentially. But I guess gaining an understanding of exactly what they mean, I think it's more pertinent that and maybe, I guess, for areas that do have jurisdiction over what they can do on their historic land is probably more or less of what is leaning towards. Of, you know, if you do have to go through an extra step like a COA application for your downtown historic district in Raleigh or Durham or something like that, that you can't just come to your planning department and get it. You have to go through those channels. So if there's not an appropriate channel for the jurisdiction to say you have to go back through the, you know, interior office in order to get your thing approved, then you're just essentially meeting all of the criteria inside of here. But like I said, I think a lot of that is pulled from the statute that has yet to be approved. I tried to take what I could out of there that made sense. And I mean, she mentioned setback minimums as well. I don't know exactly what they were, but I think it was even probably less than what our current ordinance states. I think it mentioned something about at least like 10 feet from all side property lines, whereas currently it talks about, meeting our initial zoning category setbacks being like 20 feet, 10 feet from the sides. But if there is something that you all would like to incorporate, that's possible as well if you want to have your own kind of aspects.
And I would be opposed to going the special permit route.
Mr. Pranesh?
I didn't hear quite what you said, sir.
I would be opposed to going the special permit route.
What I had written was, something for you guys to consider, limit the ADU to a maximum percentage of the primary dwelling gross floor area to 50% of the size of the main building. Square footage of the main dwelling with a maximum square footage of 800 square foot to ensure that it remains a secondary dwelling.
So you're saying 800 square foot is a max?
Mhm. Now, you can change that, but I mean, that's what I'm thinking, if you got a 1,600 square foot home or you got a 1,000 square foot home, well, you got 50% of that. But if you had a house that had 2,000 square feet, you're not going to go allowing something that's going to have 1,999 square feet. Put 800 as a max on it. So it remains a secondary unit.
We'll say that the 800 square foot is what the statute said as well, that Cameron had just referred to.
That is what
State has come
statute said,
forward.
yes.
And I think the 1,600 came from previous discussion we talked about. And like I
Yes.
said, I
Yes.
pretty much, tried to provide as strict as you possibly could and work down from that because it's a lot easier, I believe.
And one other thing, I want to make sure that we include that ADUs are only permitted on lots with a single-family dwelling. Are not allowed on lots that already contain a duplex or a multifamily unit.
Yes, sir. And I believe we have that listed inside of there already as well under A.
Okay, I wanted to be clear on that.
Yep, for sure.
I would like to talk about minimum lot size to allow an ADU.
Minimum lot size.
To have a minimum lot size that, to be able to be considered to have an ADU. Whether that be a quarter acre, acre, half acre. Thoughts?
I would suggest at least a half an acre.
That's what I was thinking myself, Mr. Wooten. Any other thoughts about the acreage or lot size or potential setbacks that someone would like to see?
I think just off, not necessarily principle, but just the general discussion of what it came from, the gentleman that was here. And of course, I told him this before of like this development ordinance has the potential to change based off what you currently are looking to do outside of there. So based on what you're describing, it would not allow him to build an accessory dwelling unit out there because I think he's got 2-3 acres essentially on land outside of there. So that would essentially limit him not able to do it, which he was aware of prior to these meetings. So just throwing that out there.
No, we're talking about a minimum lot size. So if he's
Oh,
got 3 acres,
Okay, not max.
he would
I understand.
qualify, not max, just minimum.
Okay, and I mean, honestly, even if it was a thought process of, well, I guess in that case, you're talking about a half acre, you're only well, no, never mind. I'll take that back. Because there are larger square footage size in smaller zoning districts, essentially. I see where you're coming from. Okay. disregard me.
Any other setbacks anybody would like to talk about? Any further discussion?
Not at this time.
Well, I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to make one, whether we approve or not approve. And if we do, please state what the restrictions are gonna be. Motion.
I think it'd be beneficial as well, if it is a general consensus among you as the board, or if somebody does want to go ahead and list some stuff out of, what exactly are we looking to change inside of here? Just so it's, clear and concise of what the board are looking to do. I can, of course, assist, a little bit of just trying to recollect of what we've talked about. One is the no shared driveways, right? And it needs to be accessed off a single or no shared driveway access to it. That would be one. We're dropping the lot size down to 800 square feet. Is that correct? With still the maximum of 50%. You talked about the water and sewer connections. If the capacity handles it, they can use private that they already have out there. If not, they are to do, their own tap if they need to. And then finally, I think the last one was the acreage or the minimum lot size required for these being a half an acre. I don't know if you want to round it up to be like 18,000 square feet, just to keep it, or if we wanted to say just a half acre. I don't know exactly what a half acre is off the top of my head, square footage wise.
43,560 divided by 2.
1,780.
How much?
21,780 square feet.
Did you want to just make 22,000 or 21,000? Just so, 20,000, just make it easy, 20,000.
So, based on the discussion we're having, if there anything else that we have, that I just brought up that y'all feel are still important. I know we also talked about the limiting to the rear yard and side yard. Is that something that you all would like to potentially change inside of here? I just want to make sure that we're catching all the bases and not kind of going through it.
What is the minimum, what is our setbacks on side yard for a half acre? Well,
It would really, yeah. It's subject to the
varies.
zoning district. So I think it goes from, 5 to 20, spanning across, the R7 to the R18. So it really depends on what zoning district you're inside of. I think if you're talking about this size lot, you're probably getting more into like the R12s, R15, R18s, and that's pushing like 10 to 20 feet side setback. I think your rear pretty much stays the same, and your front you don't really have to worry about because you're not going past the front of the building anyways. Unless you would just want to set a overall standard, or they have to be 20 feet from the rear and 10 feet from the side, or 20 feet from the rear, 20 feet from the side, whatever you all would like to determine.
I'd say just make it appropriate for the particular zoning
Okay.
category.
I just want to throw it out there.
I'd also like to comment. Got two over here that say 1,600, one that says 800. I'm flexible. I would offer a compromise, say 1,200 square feet max size. Splitting the difference.
I would be okay with that. I believe that would also, the gentleman that had come, I believe that his home was over 800 square feet, but it was definitely below 1,200. So I think that you would, he's the one person that has come to actually state that this was important to him. So
Yeah, but again, like I was, I guess, trying to.
he knows that
Yeah.
it's liable to change, but from what we have heard, he is the one that we have heard from that has come with a plan and an idea.
Okay with 1,200.
Can I get clarification on what we are discussing regarding driveways? Are we saying that even if there is a recorded easement shared driveway, that they are now having to have a different driveway for an ADU? Is that?
If it's recorded, I think it ought to be able to be used as a legal
okay?
right to
I just wanna make
access
sure
it.
I'm understanding or.
Oh, I guess then that's the case of like, you can't put like any driveway inferences inside of here. Like, if there's a shared driveway on 2 lots, that's essentially running with the land and they're able to use it however they please. There's not gonna be anything else added in here.
Well, if there's a shared driveway, most likely there's an easement recorded. It has to be recorded. If it's not recorded and they just been doing it for years by right,
Yeah, and then it becomes a private property thing where you build a fence across of it. And
Right.
I think that's another area where we really don't need to get too involved.
So I think it has to be recorded,
Yes, sir.
easement.
Should we require, an additional parking spot
I think what
for
we
that,
have
on
in,
that property for the additional
what do we have?
cars?
Requires one space per bedroom in the ADU
Yes.
as written right now.
So if it's,
As written, yeah, okay. And point back on the setback that you mentioned a while ago, should we require that, the ADU be set back from the primary residence so it doesn't, or to prevent it from, functioning as an extension of the main?
I think, if you're gonna have a separation, it just has to be specific for the detached. Because there's,
6 feet or 10 feet away from the primary,
I'm trying to think of what the, building code states of,
20 feet,
I think it's less than that. I think it's like 8 or maybe even less
maybe
than that.
10.
Is it 10? Okay, yeah, so building code requires you to be 10
10
feet
feet.
from another,
Okay.
another dwelling unit.
That's what I had down, but I wanted to clarify.
Okay, who wants to make this motion?
Always a hard.
Looking at me.
I'm looking down the line here. We're gonna help, we're gonna help because we're gonna put in and if it's left out.
Let me make a,
If you tell me, I'll type it and then you can read it.
So it will be with all the conditions that are listed in addition to.
see if I can make an attempt on this one here. Hold on. And I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed amendment, which is updating the language to allow for the use of accessory dwelling units inside the city of Graham as per the conditions listed in the proposal with the addition or revision of 10.5.2.3, section G. The maximum area would be 1,200 square feet. That any shared driveways should be recorded easements. And all right, help me with the rest of it, guys.
I will, I hate to interject, but I just want to make sure, because, you're talking about just a specific section for the 12,000 square feet. I think it needs to be included with the other section for,
And 10.5.2.4,
yeah.
section F as well, 1,200 square feet.
Not requiring extra power meters and water meters.
That extra power and extra water meters will not be required.
Must be behind the existing
And-
dwelling.
Sorry?
Must be behind the existing dwelling.
Yes, that's already in there, I believe.
Are we revising it to remove the side?
What was that?
Minimum lot size, 20,000.
That's what, let's clarify the location first. Cameron, is that location behind and
So,
where is that listed?
So I think, I know we have a motion out there, but this is why I guess I kind of threw it out, to make sure that it's all kind of in a organized manner essentially. So, it currently reads that detached are allowed to be and attached are allowed to be in the rear and side yard. It just cannot go in front of the existing structure that's out there. So again, that's up to you all to determine if you would rather it only be limited to the rear yard and no side yard. It's completely,
I don't have a preference there. Whether it's limited or not limited to the side yard, as long as it's behind.
I would say side and rear options, because that's going to depend somewhat on the size and shape of the lot.
So
and that's
As long
already,
as it doesn't,
and that's
it's
already
not in
outside of there.
front of
So,
the,
yeah, you don't have to
Okay.
mention anything about that.
okay.
So currently we have the 12,000 square feet. for both attached and detached the revision and the shared, and again, I don't know if the shared access needs to be listed inside of there because if it's recorded as a deed, it's there. If it's not, then it's a private property concern, that we really, I don't know how much involved we get, so.
I think but the verbiage ought to say you must have legal right by easement or property owner to access it.
Yeah, and I think we have that, the lot shall have legal access to a public or private street, so
Okay,
it's.
I'm
it's
good
down
with
there.
That's sufficient. Take that out.
Yes, sir. So now we just have 12,000 square foot currently, or 1,200.
And the
Oh, and the, yeah, utilities.
water meters and power meters,
Yeah.
electric meters,
Maybe just utility meters is probably
utility
good.
meters.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If capacity is there.
You got that, right? Okay. And then what verbiage do we need for the historical aspect of it?
I think it's taken care of inside of there essentially, as I was talking about with Elizabeth, is that it's in place for those areas that do require extra jurisdiction through the state or local designation aspects. But they are still, I guess, if they don't require any additional review, then they're meeting the criteria of our development ordinance.
Everybody satisfied with that?
Did we get the
Lot.
minimum lot size in of 20,000 square feet?
Yeah,
Okay.
one thing at a time, boss.
Well,
So we're good then with the
Yes.
historic preservation.
Yes.
Minimum lot size should be 20,000 square feet. For both freestanding and attached. Right, anything else, guys?
Do we have to be including anything?
I don't
I
think
don't
that,
think so.
I don't think that's anything we should be meddling. in.
One note or question, Cameron, about the addressing.
Mhm.
It says Alamance County GIA. Should that be GIS?
No, I think they have their own GIA as,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right. Anything else in this motion?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm done.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, Cameron, let's go to item number A and see what we can do with that.
Yeah, I don't know if this item needs much introduction on my part. Future land use plan coming back in front of you all. Asked for public comment to be sent out. City of Graham advertised, and other constituents of the city of Graham also advertised, asking for public comment on the document. Some emails were received. And we also have people in the audience to discuss about this. In your packet, you should also have items that came from Chair Ward, Vice Chair Mr. Wooten, Elizabeth Kirkpatrick, and Chad Huffine as well, noting some things inside of different sections inside of here for you all to review. I will just kind of open the floor for you all to continue to discuss. I have the document in front of me with the capability to edit in real time, so that if we feel the need to essentially do this here, we can make the edits appropriate inside of here to satisfy you all's needs. And I think that's all I have. And if I need to, I can pull up stuff from the board members on the big screen as well.
Ward, let me take just a moment here.
Okay.
I made Cameron aware of several small grammatical errors, just to make you guys aware of them too. So Cameron, if you want to pull these up, we
Yes,
can.
sir. I, sorry to jump ahead, but you mentioned them. They have been altered I think it was what, like call, or, no, never mind. There was one about the
Future land use map,
yeah,
that listing was not in
I
the,
think we're missing one inside of here. The sections, right? The organization, essentially, the different sections. So I think we're missing the future land.
land use map
Yeah.
should be section 6. Section 7 is comparison of development patterns.
Gotcha. Here's the hard part that I battle with of actually being able to maneuver things around inside of here. But continue, I'll keep on working through this.
There were just a couple of other little misspelling errors that I made him aware of, so that's all I had at the moment.
Elizabeth, I know you sent some stuff in. You want to start?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So there is a packet with you all. It's the one with the two pictures on the front. So I just went through this. This is section 7 for anyone that is looking. This I know has been a big topic of conversation for us, section 7, that we were fairly disappointed in, just that we felt like it was a negative connotation on a lot of things about Graham that we do love that were in here. So I took what Chair Ward had said during our last meeting and updated the section. And rather than kind of making it say that we prefer one over the other, I was looking at it and stating that we do have these strip developments. And I believe Mr. Wooten had mentioned that there are these strip developments that we love about Graham. Some of those are what makes Graham Graham. So if you'll go down, the section that I mostly changed was the recommendation portion, and saying that there is the revitalization of strip development that we could do to encourage the growth of Graham that we were talking about, and changing the facades that you had mentioned, Chair Ward. So I have those in here, and I had sent to Cameron a link. So there had been a study done for the EPA on the revitalization of strip developments that I thought would be, obviously this is 70 pages, so we're not going to read this right now, but that worth looking into, because I know that there is a concern about the development of strip malls, and that this document that you all have read and seen stated in there that we no longer want to have them. And I don't necessarily think that's an option for the city of Graham, because we do have them and they're not really going anywhere at this time. But I do think we have the opportunity to revitalize them and make them more of what we would hope to see somewhere, with the facades, with greenery, with parking, with outdoor seating and things of that nature. So I would really encourage everyone to look at that link. I think it's something that we could take to heart. But I'm not going to read this to you, but this is in here. This has his changes. And I just continued on, took some of the same similar pictures that Dean Ward had changed. And then I went into the road network. So as you all know, and that's mentioned inside of section 7, talking about how at this time we have what we call unconnected roads. So many roads that end in cul-de-sacs. That's kind of just what your normal subdivision looks like. And this document says that we want to create road network. So kind of a grid. That's not necessarily what everyone loves, right? Things that we love about where we live, those cul-de-sacs, is there's a sense of community. You are close to your individuals. There are not cars driving all of the time down the street. And I think it was mentioned here that we don't want to just get rid of these subdivisions, because that's something that we love. But I do think that connected road networks are something that are important. They have quicker drive times. Generally speaking, that you have easier access for pedestrians, you have an ability to have bus systems. And so same thing, talking about what we did last meeting, I put that in here, but there are ways that we can keep these unconnected roads, but make them more similar to a road network, like having T's at the end, which allow for more connections. You can have different ways to slow down drivers. You can have more sidewalks, things of that nature. But I just went through and really changed the core of this, instead of saying I was just concerned that we had such a negative connotation on all the things that we do have in Graham at this time. And so I made it more of, this is one versus the other, and then we have both, and what can we do to use what we have and make it better? And I would hope that I got that point across. And I took everything that Dean Ward that you said, I hope, and put it all in here. But I'm open to questions about it. Obviously, you have to read it. And I know that you all don't have that, and I'm sorry.
Cameron, if you got that, you can put up.
Yes, sir. Let me just I had my email from everybody. And it may be difficult to see, but it'll at least be up there.
Also a Word document, so if you open it, it might go crazy.
Probably, but that's okay. Probably easier. So is there any particular that you'd like for me to point out? I can kind of just scroll through it at a slower pace, if need be.
I want you to give the audience a chance to see it. If they have any questions and they want to be heard, I want to give them the opportunity to see this and talk about it.
Yeah. I know as to, roadway connectivity, as we're kind of talking about connections to roads. Inside of our development ordinance, really the only thing that it mentions, is, the connectivity aspect only requires developers of these larger scale subdivisions to provide at least like, one point of access to, a nearby landlocked lot. And that's only if it's landlocked. So even being that connectivity aspect is not necessarily required by our development ordinance. If, say, you got frontage on one street over here with this big lot, frontage on this street over here with this one big lot, that connectivity aspect is not necessarily required by our development ordinance. I think, in our eyes, it's something that you would want to see, especially from a fire standpoint, because they're always hitting on access, things along those lines. So I think it definitely benefits their side of things, but you can get multiple points of access off the single road too. Just how it relates to our development ordinance. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Everyone had a chance to review what presented here. Any discussion? Anybody want to talk about that with change, look at that and compare it to? I mean, this would go hand in hand. I remember during the steering committee that the public didn't display their dislike for strip developments. And I see that in there on page 64, at the bottom of 64. I do think that strip developments is a core aspect of the city of Graham. And I'd just like to see it if we address it, is that we change the facades, the looks, the heights, And it could still be the strip center, but it's just
Oh.
going to give us a different curb appeal.
Yeah, and I think even inside of this document, it's kind of like a recommendation for how these strip centers should be developed. If a strip center were to come in front of you all and city council for approval ultimately. But in regards to design standards, things along those lines, a lot of it boils down to, these things oftentimes, well, majority of them will probably likely come through here. So it's good to have, what your recommended type of style of these should look like. It's not just a straight line of buildings that have no, decoration or anything that helps stand them out. So like I said, I think it's a good thing to try and incorporate some type of language in here about what, the city views as appropriate for these types of things.
Here, if I might,
Go ahead.
we can throw in my stuff here, or just, if we could focus on 7.1 for just a moment and mix up what I've,
Okay.
Cameron, can you pull up my document?
Working on it right now, sir.
Sir.
Yep. Got too many, John.
If you would take a look at that type, just the typewritten sheet front and back for just a moment while he's pulling that up.
Yeah, got it right here.
Just focus on section 7.1 for a moment, strip development versus commercial. I'd like to go ahead and be tedious and read some of this to you, just to comment along the way. The comprehensive plan provides a vision for the development of a city and surrounding area. The vision includes several types of development patterns. The section provides a general explanation of the differences between the various development approaches and their applications. This is one of the comments that I had last period, is that I think a more even-handed approach, not particularly favoring one over the other, would be a better approach in this particular section. And in that, I would agree with you on that. So I went ahead and rewrote the verbiage, the bullet points and such, and tried to provide, like I said, a more even-handed approach and observations. Both have advantages and disadvantages. Currently, most of Graham's commercial development is occurred in linear strips along major thoroughfares. Many are a mix of a larger anchor establishment, such as a grocery store or restaurant, and smaller retail shops. Common characteristics include commercial use orientation, automobile friendly, ample parking lots, large setback from the street, unattractive building design, less restrictive access to roads, flexible bay sizes, lower rents, rapid construction times, lower startup costs, site flexibility, short business move-in times, and they're highly customizable. This makes them very attractive for a lot of people. It's very beneficial for business owners who don't have high space needs. Their budgets are small. Very nice, very, very applicable in those kinds of situations. Looking at the commercial center concept is based on applying the attributes of a traditional downtown to a new site that is smaller in scale. Common characteristics include mixed use, pedestrian, automobile friendly, shared parking, buildings close to road, attractive architectural design, more restrictive access to roads, less flexibility in bay size, higher rents, more lengthy construction times, higher startup costs, site restraints, longer startup for businesses, but highly customizable. The thing that that came to my mind immediately when looking at this was the image of Mount Airy in its downtown strip. That's exactly what they were talking about here in terms of a commercial center. So both of these development types, these development paradigms, I think are they both have their advantages. I think they're both desirable. And I think we both need to use them. And we need to have that flexibility in this land use plan in that regard. The recommendation revision that I had, The Graham Comprehensive Land Use Plan seeks to encourage the development of both strip centers and commercial centers where most appropriate, while incorporating the more positive characteristics of each. Strip centers should have varying facade heights, which break up the individual units and should vary in color and material types, brick, stucco, stone, etc. Strip development should include green space, such as landscaping and trees and parking areas. Outside seating is also welcomed. Interconnectivity between uses, shared parkings, fewer curb cuts, clustering of multiple uses, and pedestrian bike-friendly accommodations are encouraged. So I was trying to incorporate what Chair Ward had commented on last week. And I think this covers to a great degree what Ms. Kirkpatrick has included in hers. I just didn't have the pretty pictures. So I'd throw it open to questions just in that regard for 7.1.
Yeah, I think it's, finding a balance for you all amongst all of the documents that have been presented. I know it's really impossible to just pick one, but I mean, take the goods of all three of them and incorporate them into one single one that you all are comfortable with, essentially.
Is there anyone in the audience that wants to talk about 7.1? Only 7.1. I'm gonna let you talk about 7.2, 7.3 as we get to them, but we're gonna try to do them in order. Is there anyone here that'd like to talk about 7.1?
Can you define 7.1?
So it's essentially how City of Graham stands on strip development versus commercial centers, i.e. like shopping centers versus, I guess, commercial nodes of, I guess, more streets through and through. Let me see if I can get a better picture pulled up on the. So yeah, essentially kind of things along these lines of how Graham orients both of these inside of our area.
Yeah, come on up and state your name and your address, please, sir. Thank you.
My name's Jeff Bennis, and I live at 1407 East Gilbert Street, right across the freeway there. This planning board has got a significant responsibility and an awesome task of protecting what I've heard Ms. Kirkpatrick say, and I've heard on the city council as well, the small town charm. All right. And once that gets ruined, you ain't getting it back. All right. I mean, I moved to Graham 36 years ago because of small town charm. The Graham Theater, the barber shop, which is right next door to it. All these little shops and things like that. Yeah, I could have stayed in California and gotten, high density housing and strip malls and stuff like that. I don't have the answer for you, but we trust you guys to protect us from growth. The popular saying at the federal government is drill, baby, drill. Here it could be build, baby, build. And on the one hand, on the extreme, growth. Well, let's just put a Buc-ee's on each freeway exit, right? That would bring in a heck of a lot of money and growth and all sorts of stuff. Is that what you want? No, we don't want that. All right. I don't even want the one in Mebane. So you've got a significant responsibility, and I just want you to know the community has to count on you guys to make the right decisions and balance it out, right? We're not talking about some specific thing, right? Like a cookout or something. You're talking in generalities, and I'm talking in generalities. But the community needs you guys to be responsible and balance that out. Because like I said, once you ruin it, you can't put that back in the bottle, right? Okay. I just realized you're on the council here. I stopped by your house one day. I thought we were related with our names.
Mr. Bennis, Yeah, I just want to let you know, we've been working on this for about 4 months now, and 2 to 3 hours every meeting. So the planning board is not taking it lightly, and
Yeah.
we certainly hear you. And we're trying to do the best we can do before we send it to council.
And it's attractive to just let the builders run free, right?
Right.
And I see some things. I just noticed the other day going on 54, it looks like a strip thing there going in. I'm going, that doesn't fit. Doesn't look like Graham, you know? I made a presentation on something, we put in Ivy there, which I was very much opposed to it. We put in 29 townhomes on 6 acres of land, right? Huge mistake for a whole bunch of reasons. With this growth, and which applied to there too, you put in a big subdivision, you need to put in sidewalks, because right now, there's people that walk down those streets because there's no sidewalks. People wearing their Taco Bell uniforms and their Kentucky Fried Chicken uniforms because they don't have a car, right? And all the kids standing on the road waiting for their school buses. All this growth brings a lot more traffic. And one of these days, one of those kids is going to get run over. And I almost said it one time, I'll say it now. Instead of bringing the Bible to the funeral, you can bring the planning book and say, well, it met spec, you know?
I recommend that you come to the council and let the council hear what you have.
I've started.
Thank you. Thank you for,
In fact, I'm in the last newspaper.
thank you for your time.
Sir,
Mr.
how do you,
I'm sorry.
no, it was me. I was just, how do you spell your last name just for the record?
Well, it's almost like his, except with the CH left.
So just Benes?
Benes.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
That's why I thought we were related.
I got you.
Mr. Bennis,
Yes, sir. Sorry.
3 minutes.
Oh,
this land use plan begins 1.1, the purpose. The purpose of a plan is to chart a course for the future. So that's what we're about. We look at Graham that was, we look at Graham that is, and we look at what Graham is going to be. So
No.
that's what this is contained in this document. It's a guide. It's a chart. It's a map. It's not specifics,
Right.
but it's kind of a moral compass, as it were.
I'm glad you're doing that, you know?
To your point, we are very definitely
Yeah,
looking at that and
Yeah.
and holding that in high esteem.
yeah. Because Graham is a pretty cool place to live. And I want to stay here till the end, you know? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to talk about 7.1? If you would be specific in 7.1 only.
Hello again, Molly Whitlatch, 531 North Main Street. And I just want to echo what Mr. Bennis said about about the importance of the small town charm. And that was really the thread that I saw that ran throughout this entire document, was the desire to maintain that. And I understand that we have some existing strip malls, and I appreciate the recommendations in the ways that we could improve the aesthetics of that and make it flow better with the entire town. But I think it's a mistake to encourage strip development at the same level that we're encouraging commercial centers. The other advantage of commercial centers is that it would allow for residential units above those storefronts. It would create a neighborhood and a community. And there's nobody, you know, the strip mall doesn't have a community feel. It doesn't contribute to the small town feel of Graham. So I don't think that they're the same. I think there's a place for both of those. I understand that there's certainly a place for some strip developments, but to say that they're equal, I think is a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to give Jennifer Talley, 808 Sideview Street, Graham. Just trying to give some perspective. I was in some of those meetings with the feedback. And I think what what I heard from residents was that they don't want to see strip centers that look like one building. If you looked at it, you could tell it was all, they wanted to see different colors, like when you look at Main Street, they look like individual buildings. But things like, where Harris Teeter is, they've been able to expand into other sections. They had that flex space, same thing at Alamance Crossing. So I think what they wanted to see is something that, even, it shows it in the picture there that it has different facade heights and things, and they do look like, obviously when you look in downtown Main Street, you see individual buildings. And whether the upstairs would be flex space for the business down below, or whether it would be residential or whatever. I think that, that's what they were really trying to see. They did not like all it was just interesting to see how this came to be in the document, because I was in the meeting and I was like, well, that's not anything, seemed very different than what was actually said. It's kind of like the rumor mill, when it goes through a couple of transitions, by the time it gets to the end, it doesn't seem like it's very much like what you had originally heard. But they didn't like all the parking in the front. What they wanted to see is more of like what you see in a downtown commercial center, which is kind of in, I think they have one down at David Morton's. They have, in order to break up the parking lot, they have like an area there that has a green space with curbing around it and tree plantings and things like that. So I think they want to see that kind of thing. You kind of see it in this picture there on the left, that you have some green space. And they were saying, maybe the committee could consider actually saying 5 to 10% of that would be green space. They also wanted the entranceways going into the buildings to actually have much wider sidewalks, so that you could have tables and chairs out front. Just shows the activity of the space. So basically, if you're going to put in strip development, they want it to look like the commercial center. I don't think that in every situation that somebody necessarily putting in a commercial development can afford to do the second story. But, obviously when you go up per square foot, gets a little bit cheaper. So I think it's good in our development ordinance and in documents like this for planning, to try to encourage that, but to just not say that we don't like strip development. I don't think there's a city that really says, no, you can't build a strip. And the way it was worded the first time, it sounded like we don't want any kind of strip development at all. And I didn't hear that in the meetings. I don't know what meeting that would have been. I think I attended all of them, but that was my take on just trying to give you some feedback. I liked what you said, Elizabeth, about what you said earlier in your rewrites, and I like what Mr. Wooten had to say. I wasn't here for what Dean did, but I think that you guys have a good perspective on this particular section, and I hope that we can continue to encourage people to make something not the cheapest, because that's what it looks like when it's all one building and you just slap signage on it. It looks very cheap. And so I think that was my impression of the feedback that I got when I was at the meeting.
Thank you.
If memory serves, I think we do have several projects that have actually been through approval through the council
Mhm.
that have not been constructed, that involve, but like retail on the bottom floor, office and residence space above. Is that correct?
I know there was one that we talked about on South Main Street,
Yeah.
but I don't think,
There's also one I think that came through, it's even off South Main Street. It's off of, Marshall Street, I
Oh,
believe,
okay.
right there, where the city parking lot's at. I think that was one of the kind of instances of a commercial center, it's a smaller commercial center, but it incorporates its own, area of commercial with potential, like you said, flex space above or living space. and also apartments inside of there. I think it kind of defines that area. And I think that's kind of in my eyes of what a commercial center is. It's a large scale project like that on a multiple acre lot with roads interconnecting. Like I think of like a Mayfair in Wilmington of sort of like that. That's your commercial center compared to just putting the strip thing inside of there. I know it's easy to try and compare it to just being in like a downtown area, but in reality, you got multiple acres of land. You could do a whole, I mean, Alamance Crossing as well. I think it's a good comparison too. So,
Or something like, if you go over to Chapel Hill.
yeah.
15501,
Yes, sir.
huge developments over there like that. But we're looking at something on a much smaller scale here.
Yeah, it's going to be
That
tough.
kind of idea.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of investment to get something like that inside of here because you're of course going to have to attract a lot of tenants to go inside of there to get something of that scale. So I think
Right.
that's maybe why you see it leaning more towards the, nicer looking strip type areas because it's easier to, I guess, like you mentioned, cheaper rent, easier to get people inside of there.
Before we move forward, I wanna, if there's changes here that we wanna incorporate in 7.1, so it makes it easy for Cameron and them to get that on the spot for us tonight. Can we make those changes before we go to 7.2, before we go to 7.3? Is everybody agreeable with that? I'd like to see that photograph change for strip center, to something different, or maybe put a couple different photographs, or at least attach a bunch for council to see when it gets to council,
I think
with the varying roof heights, the varying facades.
yeah. I probably take some of the ones that you have. I don't know if I'm going to be able to insert them in right at this exact
Yeah,
moment.
No, but
Because I mean, even, my thought is, you have, 3 or 4 different documents in front of you that you all have kind of provided that is essentially this section as a whole, right?
mhm.
It's like you may not even need to take this whole document inside or just essentially exert it out and put your documents out. Like if you are wanting to piggyback off of Elizabeth's document that she has, we can edit that individual document and substitute it for this whole section as quote unquote planning board edits. I'd imagine if that makes sense, rather than trying to go through and make a lot of these changes. And then I can take some of the pictures from yours that I think you provided and update them on there too.
Okay.
And that's just a thought of mine. Like I said, if y'all want to do it differently, I'm perfectly fine with that too.
Well, why don't we take my pretty verbiage and y'all's pretty pictures and put them together?
But your verbiage, I don't have no problem with, and I don't have no problem with Elizabeth's verbiage, and
Basically the same thing.
yeah, there's 3 sets of it right here. Mixed use, there you go. That's it.
I think the overall, thought process of it is, planning board obviously sees large scale issues with what is going on inside of this whole section. So that is why we are providing essentially a whole new document. This is our recommendation that there needs to be extra emphasis that are put on this compared to this one. And then council does with that as they see fit. They could agree with you all on everything of the topic, or they could just be like, we like what's written inside of there. I guess that's the balance that we have to juggle.
Elizabeth.
I would say, there's Mr. Wooten, some of his words in here that I would like to put in mine, if that's what we're discussing. Can I throw it in here and read it to you? I think that might be the easiest method.
I mean, even if you want to, we can, because I still have yours
Okay.
here as well.
Because I'm looking at his and we have very similar wording, but there's some of his wording that I would like to make sure that we include.
Yeah, if you want to
And some
point some
that I'd like
out
to
and
take
where you'd
out.
like to put it in yours, I think we could definitely work through that.
So our introduction is the exact same. If you go to strip development, I would like to keep Mr. Wooten's wording. I think we have the exact same thing there. Everyone is okay with that.
So like this section as a whole that I have highlighted, right?
You could use his and take mine out.
Let's see how this is gonna turn out.
I would not stick that in mine because I've got different column breaks
Yeah.
everywhere.
gonna have to be a little one of a time thing, right?
Cameron, do you just want to use his document? I mean, if you just use his.
Totally up to y'all. Like I said, I have no issue. I know, I mean, like if it's just a matter of incorporating like some of the pictures from here into Mr. Wooten's document,
Worry about that part later.
or, I mean, you can essentially just, I can highlight on your document what you want to move over to his. And if, you all can instill trust in me to provide that, I don't know if y'all do or not, but, it's definitely an option.
I have no problem with that.
You can keep his, we have almost the same wording for strip development versus commercial center all the way down. So that entire piece. And then, of course, if everyone is okay with the wording that Mr. Wooten has provided.
So essentially, we just changing the wording, keeping your pictures.
But no, because we're gonna replace the strip, the strip mall picture. I would use like the
There
the
was a
picture on the
last
right.
paragraph in there too, Cameron, that you need to. add.
Yes. Get to the recommendation portion.
This one, recommendation.
Yeah, recommendation.
So looking, I think his, truthfully, I just did bullet points and he did a paragraph. So if we would just like to keep the paragraph. And almost word for word, the same thing,
Yeah,
just
it's
in a
right.
different way.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Formatting.
Yeah, I think I can work on the
Keyword.
formatting side. And it's just a matter of, I mean, even if it's, you know, if we move this over to this side and then more strip development pictures, more commercial center pictures, that'll be fine. I mean, honestly, I don't want to take the ball out of y'all's hands by any means, when it comes to this, but I think, you know, the understanding of the design of it is gonna come across in the context of it as well, and I'll try and do my best to portray that in the pictures as well.
Miss Witchlatch, I want to say just one thing, just I think to clarify what we've been talking about up here the last few months. By no means are we saying that we would prefer to see strip development throughout the entire city and choose that over commercial center. I think the concern for us here, and obviously I don't want to speak for everyone, but what I heard a lot the last meeting was the document that we were provided explicitly stated that there was a overall dislike for strip development. And I think the fact of the matter is we have that in Graham, and those strip developments are not necessarily going to go anywhere right now or 10 years down the road. So our hope is that those strip developments that we do have, we would like to see them better portrayed in our town with greenery, with places to sit, to make them not the strip malls that Ms. Tally referenced, right? Where it's one building size, it's just a parking lot, you've got a minimum sidewalk. So I just do want to ease that concern that by no means are we saying we don't want to see a commercial center. Let's just keep adding strip developments, because I don't want to see that either. We just want to see them look better and really push that small town culture of Graham, like Ms. Tally was saying, having those different colors, those different building heights, those facades. That's where that change is coming from.
I think that's embodied in the recommendation that I had up there. It seeks to encourage the development of both strip centers and commercial centers where most appropriate, while incorporating the more positive aspects of each.
Haven't been down this end lately. Doctor.
Yeah. I think you guys are pretty much covered, exactly on my notes. Yeah, I go back checking over it there. The only thing I see, most of that is suggestive. I think somehow or another, we should require building heights to step down to match scale of adjacent and smaller buildings that are in the same area, as well as require the use of different building materials, color, texture, and facade elements, which you stated. Those were the only two factors I have but I think they're basically inside your context there. It's an encouragement, but I don't see a requirement.
don't think we can make it. a
I don't
third.
think we can.
Yeah, so I think that more or less falls back towards the development ordinance aspect. And a lot of these areas are located inside of our overlay districts on South Main Street and Hardin Street. I mean, this is where you're gonna find probably pretty much all of these. So in reality, if it's a requirement that you're looking for inside of there, that is where it needs to be addressed in relation to this document. So this is the framework that we're putting forth now for maybe months down the line when we update development ordinances. It's okay. We put heavy emphasis on our commercial centers being the highway overlay districts. There's heavy emphasis on different range of buildings, size, materials, elevations in different buildings. And that's when you all kind of hit in, okay, in the development ordinance changes, this is what is required if you want to develop inside of here.
Thank you.
Yes,
That's
sir.
that clarification, because I knew that once you set this plan in motion, at some point, there has to be an oversight of it, in order to require things to happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
No problem.
Alphonse.
In the interest of being very efficient with our time in this section, can we go back to Mr. Wooten's text at the beginning where appropriate? Just if you can make it just a little bit bigger. Thank you.
Just the, which section, I guess, are you looking for?
Go to the first page.
I'm on the first page, yes, sir.
All right, maybe it's the second page.
That's no problem.
Oh. They keep going down.
So we move on to the unconnected road networks.
That's true.
There was a comma, there was two commas that were needed in this, I guess, the second piece of Mr. Wooten's language. Can't remember where it was. Keep going up, Cameron, I'm sorry.
You good? Do you think it might have been one of the other ones or? Sorry.
Well, I can't find it. Okay, so I think if we could, can you read the Word document that I sent you, not to complicate or to take away from what Mr. Wooten and Ms. Kirkpatrick already have? Just to make sure that we didn't miss anything in the language that they have and the language that I have, because I frankly don't remember what I wrote.
I'm trying to make sure that I have, because this is, I think, what you sent over to me. Does this look right?
You can make it a little bit bigger.
Oh, yeah, I probably need to do that. So this is talking about page 53.
We'll go down to 7.1 or page 64.
Here's fixed page 64.
Okay, then those are my edits with the, where appropriate with respect to acreage and surrounding infrastructure at the end of Mr. Wooten's where appropriate.
Let me get it pulled back up. So,
That's specific to the commercial center type development. One of the things that prohibits that type of development is just the physical size of a given parcel. So a lot of times you want to do exactly that. You want to create a centered commercial area that's friendly to pedestrians and vehicles. But you're relegated to the size of property that you have. So on a larger piece of property, it's a lot easier to accommodate a broader view of pedestrian and vehicle interaction. Whereas a strip center simply is a vacant piece of property that's formed or grows adjacent to a main artery that doesn't lend itself to having a individual identity or destination sometimes. So the additional language of breaking up the facades, the roof heights, the articulation of the building frontages is encouraging. But in the recommendation, we need to say where appropriate with respect to acreage and surrounding infrastructure. That addresses both the road connectivity, interconnectivity, which we're all in favor of. And it also cues the developer that, hey, I've got a good sized piece of property. I need to look strongly at the commercial center type development. And that language is in the recommendation piece.
so essentially you're just saying at the end of, bike-friendly accommodations are encouraged, whereas
It was where appropriate. And Mr. Wheaton, you might be able to tell me.
Second line.
Yeah, second line,
where
fourth
most
word,
appropriate.
insert a
Yeah.
comma where appropriate. There you go, comma with, and this is just my suggestion for your input.
I would agree with what you're saying, yes.
Where appropriate with respect to acreage and surrounding infrastructure. Let's say,
Without the where appropriate, just most appropriate
Oh.
with respect to.
Say that again, Chad. With
acreage and surrounding infrastructure.
my brain only moves so fast.
And your comma after that.
I do make comment or make a reference to that. Scroll up just a little bit, Cameron,
Yes, sir.
under the commercial center. There's something, site restraints. I didn't elaborate on that, but that's basically what I had in mind, Chad.
So everybody,
So do you say restraints or constraints? Because we always use the word constraints.
Constraints would probably be the more
In
appropriate
our-
term. Or restraint, either one of
The
them would be.
The constraints come from external. The restraint is more internal. So let's change restraints to constraints. And then if we go to the bullet points that Elizabeth had and look specifically that we capture both Mr. Wooten's and Elizabeth's, and then let me enter two more just for discussion. We don't want to miss anything. We want to make sure that we, on the strip type development, we take out poor design characteristics entirely. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a poor design. It means that that's where you were herded towards because of your site constraints. But we want to make sure that folks understand a strip type development is a little more vehicle focused. And I think we put that in there. You do say you have fewer choices. That's perfect. The second one captures it, easy vehicular access. And then on the commercial center side, I like the words, we give pedestrians and vehicles equal priority. I don't think that's the right thing to say, but that's what I wanted to figure out how to say. You're more pedestrian focused. I don't think in our society we're ever going to delete the vehicle. So we want to make sure we are pedestrian friendly and vehicle friendly, pedestrian and vehicle focused. We want to.
That verbiage is in mind. Center.
Yeah, it's right there. Under mixed use, pedestrian.
Excellent. Okay.
because I think currently at the moment, what we were talking about was essentially taking what Mr. Wooten had inside of here and I guess replacing the bullet points inside of Elizabeth's there. But if there are some that you want to keep inside of Elizabeth's that we can incorporate into this document that don't overlap, I'm happy to do that too.
All right. So I'm going to rely on you, Elizabeth, to proofread Mr. Wooten's bullets as we're going through this so we don't skip any. And then we want to, I think we want to incorporate the remotely located parking. It's difficult in practical sense to look at every single site because it's so specific. Everyone's different, but you do want to promote the theme of putting vehicles surrounding the building or behind the building if possible, which we, as a design practice, we try to do. But I don't know if we captured that, like what Ms. Talley was saying on the floor earlier. I don't know if we got that one in the bullet points. One of my notes was remotely located and accessible parking. Was a rule of thumb, we don't want to walk more than about 4 minutes from where we park our car.
And we're talking about the commercial centers
Yeah,
currently?
yeah.
I just want to make
So
sure.
I think we want to promote accessible. We want to promote remote and accessible parking. I don't know how to say that yet. Well-distributed parking areas and
parking nodes.
Yeah, that's a good.
Hubs.
Mhm.
I guess, because I mean, center area, like you almost want the parking to be centralized around everywhere. That way you're not walking from one corner to the other to try and get where you want to get. So I guess it's, appropriate parking areas or parking nodes inside of these commercial centers.
Strategically located.
There you go. And one of the things you guys brought up last meeting was not having to walk too far. So strategically located leaves it so precise and open-ended at the same time.
Yes.
I think that gives the designer what they needed to go by.
Site friendly.
Okay.
So I mean, because I think right now, the only thing that it mentions for parking on this side of the commercial center, at least on Mr. Wooten's, is talking about shared parking. I mean, do you think that whenever we're talking about strategically located parking or just strategical parking in general, does that cover all the basis of shared location, everything along those lines? Because not to play devil's advocate, but your definition of strategical and my definition of strategical might be two separate things. Mine might be, business oriented or or not economy, but profit oriented, where I don't know, you put the people where the good stores are at, or it could just be fine. I'm
Strategically so strategically located and interconnected. Yeah.
strategically located and interconnected parking.
Mhm.
Is that all right with everybody? I just want to make sure.
I think for our downtown patrons, we're trying to, I mean, you have a vacant parking space pop up and who knows where that patron is going to end up, but we want as a collective group of store owners, we want the customer or the citizen to have access to all of them.
Interconnecting or interconnected?
It's a future tense, so you're stretching my knowledge of
I know, me
English.
too, trust me. I think,
Either one would be appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
perfect.
So-
I'll just keep interconnecting.
Tell me when I can go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Fourth bullet point in the mixed use definition.
One second, so back to the actual document itself, right? Or which are we, the main document or?
The one previous, it had 4 bullets and it must have been,
I think that one was,
Okay.
Elizabeth.
okay, so the definition of mixed use, when we parenthetically describe what we are guiding. Anecdotally, we have a project from about 3 or 4 years ago that you guys referenced earlier. So it included single family attached, multifamily, live above, work below, to relegate the parenthetical definition of mixed use just to multifamily. I think that just
Residential.
multi-dash family, strike that and put and residential.
Yeah. multifamily.
Okay, thank you.
The first bullet point under Mike just says mixed use.
Okay, sorry, John, I just missed it.
No, no sweat.
Did we look at the paragraph above the heading of the 7.1 banner? There's 4 lines of text under the section 7 comparison of development patterns banner, and then the 4 lines of text. Did we edit any of that?
Yeah.
Yep, we did.
Look back in my document, Cameron.
Yeah, I think instead of a 4-1, it's this 3-1 right here that
That's the 3 lines right there. Okay.
I think Elizabeth had one in hers as well, and it pretty much reads very similar as well.
Thank you. I like that.
Pretty agreeable with the board here?
And the new photographs are a huge plus.
Yeah, I'll try and gather something as well that meets the requirements of you all.
So let's get on down to 7.2. Who wants to take it and run? Let's start with you.
I'll go right back where Elizabeth, or where I picked up live and in person. So one of the things we want to protect against is disconnecting neighborhoods. The other thing we want to protect against is the elimination of cul-de-sacs and T turnarounds. So many of our neighboring towns have tried to go through and create a connectivity of every single neighborhood, which has ended in different neighborhoods at each other's throats in county or in city and alderman meetings. So we want to, in the context of this particular document, we want to guide the development in a way that practically uses both of those items. And I can't remember, Elizabeth went through it specifically while I was watching in the truck, how to incorporate T turnarounds as an alternate to cul-de-sacs where that need is appropriate to give you some different sidewalk spurs. That's me adding to her. Interconnectivity is fairly required, I guess, in some ways because of fire code and for traffic congestion. So with that philosophy in mind, we've just got to figure out a way to say this without showing the favoritism that the previous section was trying to do.
Cameron, can you pull my document up?
Yes, sir, indeed.
That's what I tried to do with this one. I did not go with bullet points and just paragraph. Instead, I think I would agree with you, Chad, that we don't need to be trying to eliminate cul-de-sac neighborhoods. I think they're very desirable in a lot of different ways. So if you want to take a look at that, let me just read it out loud. The current proliferation of cul-de-sac neighborhoods has resulted from the highly desirable characteristics of the subdivision category. And I say that specifically, I think there are a lot of very desirable characteristics, things that people, homeowners look for in cul-de-sac neighborhoods, that kind of paradigm. Homeowners value the calmer and less dense traffic patterns, the propensity for neighborhood interactions, the overall community feeling engendered by the closer neighbor proximity, the ability to walk and or bicycle in the neighborhood, and the sense of separation from the hustle bustle of city activity. Anecdotally, I live at the end of a cul-de-sac. My wife grew up in a cul-de-sac in Memphis. Several of us here have that experience. We know and are quite familiar with these aspects of living in a cul-de-sac type paradigm. But I want to go on to say, however, there are certain disadvantages that accompany this type of development. Without adequate road width and cul-de-sac radius, city services and emergency services may be hampered. I know every time the garbage collection truck comes down our road, they have to stop, back up, and then finally make their way out. It's not just turn and go. So there is that to be considered. And within our current cul-de-sac neighborhoods, we have that same kind of condition, especially when you have parking on the street. Parking in the streets can hinder traffic as well. Lack of through traffic routes can be considered both as desirable and undesirable. Got to look at it both ways, folks. Cul-de-sac development is typically done within a larger grid type road network. So there's generally a combination of slower and faster traffic patterns for the average home. Whether that's an advantage or disadvantage, a plus or a minus, I think it's going to be up to the individual. What your tolerance for whatever the inconvenience or the convenience, however you see that. So that's my take on the unconnected roads. If you would go down just a little bit, please.
Yes, sir.
Road network. And this is where I grew up. I grew up in Memphis, folks. I grew up in a grid road network. Development based on a grid or road network type system also offers both advantages and disadvantages. It could possibly aid in relieving traffic congestion found on some major thoroughfares and disperse traffic throughout the city. Now, a comment about that, I don't particularly have issues with traffic here in Graham. That may or may not be your experience, but I really don't have an issue with it. I can get to where I need to go pretty quickly. Now, if I were living over in Durham, say, I would have an issue. I worked in Durham for numerous years and always had trouble getting from one point of the city to another point. There was just no direct routes anywhere, except if you got on 147. And that was pretty much it. So it may or may not provide greater capacity, more route choices, more access, shorter distances. Again, your mileage may vary. Whether or not these attributes are desirable may well be debated. Issues such as safety, city services access, emergency vehicle access, neighborhood feel, et cetera, should be considered in choosing this development paradigm. So again, like with section 7.1, contrasting strip and commercial, contrasting unconnected roads to a connected grid network, road network, I think there's going to be advantages and disadvantages to both. Good points, bad points. My recommendation, the verbiage is the land use plan seeks to encourage the development of both unconnected roads and road network paradigms within the new residential and commercial areas to provide citizens with more transportation and living options. Emphasis on living options throughout the city. Each model has both positive and negative aspects, which should be carefully weighed with respect to the area of the city under development consideration. I like what Ms. Kirkpatrick has written in her recommendation. I'm perfectly fine with that as well. So I'll shut up for a minute and comments or questions.
Comments?
Comment time. Can we go back up to the end of Mr. Wooten's? Aspects, this is the second line from the bottom, aspects which should be carefully weighed, second line of the last of the recommendation sections. Aspects which should be carefully weighed with respect to the, fall back on the constraints. So somewhere in there, not just the area of the city, but the area of the development. Is it a green field? Is it a brown field? Is it infill? Is it landlocked on three sides by a creek? Is it geographically or topographically constrained? So somewhere, or just help me get comfortable with respect to the area of the city under consideration for development, under development consideration. That sentence is telling the developer and the planning and engineering folks to consider carefully the environment in which they're working. So it may just be fine like it is.
Just by way of background on that, one area of the city may be appropriate for unconnected road type development, where a grid might be more appropriate in another section of the city. That's what I was trying to think of right there.
Probably fine just like it is then. Let's go down to Elizabeth's 4 bullet points.
Yes, sir.
So the second one, first one, sorry, T intersections. So I just want to get in your head and figure out when you close your eyes, what is that? So I know how to say it correctly. The T intersection would be in a technical term, a main street, and we just have a stop condition at that street. And did you mean a T turnaround as opposed to a cul-de-sac? So just replace the word intersection with turnaround or alternate. What you're trying to say is you don't have to use just a cul-de-sac. You can use the Y, you can use the T, you can use the L. We do that in design practice. What we're trying to tell everyone is there are alternatives to the cul-de-sac. And I think Elizabeth's saying the use of T turnarounds. That cues the designer that I need to look at the fire code and pick which one works the best. So replacing the word turnaround, there you go.
Yeah, I think it also, I mean, it just, me looking at it, it doesn't necessarily stop a development right there, but it does stop the development in its current state. If
Right.
for something were to come in the future, there is an aspect of continuity that could go through there, whereas if you're on a cul-de-sac, they're gonna put houses on the back of that lot and there's no access going through there in the future. But it does stop it for the time being. And I mean, I think, the aspect that she's talking about with traffic calming features is definitely important when it comes to, because like you said, there's positive and negatives when it comes to it, and there is going to be connectivity. How do we as the city handle connectivity in this aspect to limit the amount of traffic, speed, things that are going through there?
So we want to be careful with, let's just go to bullet number 3. So,
Narrow widths.
so with narrower widths, and you and I just need to kind of help guide us.
Mm.
We're currently a 27 back-to-back as the smallest street section for public street.
I think they can go lower, but it requires specific criteria to be approved by the technical review committee. I think we can go to a minimum of 20 with a 40-foot right of way
For a private street?
for public streets as well. Yeah, I can get it pulled up because I can get our street sections at least pulled up so we can at least take a look at it.
I'll tell you what, that'll save us some time. If you're fairly confident about that, then we just need to change or add the word street in front of widths.
Now, am I fairly confident? That's the question. Let me get it. This is literally right here, so. It is? Okay.
And that's 20 feet face to face or
Yeah.
20 feet back to back, because we gotta be real careful.
Yeah, 24 foot with curb and gutter, 20 foot with shoulder, 47 foot typical right of way.
All right, go to that first column. So
Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, talking about the residential narrows, sidewalks required, parking on the street prohibited, 50 feet apart for driveways, intersections, trash cans, less than 100 total households are loaded on the roadway. So that's essentially just for it, and it can only be permitted by the technical review committee if essentially all of these are met. So I'll go back down. So I maybe been a little bit wrong, but I guess we can go down to 20 feet in width, but with curb and gutter is 24 with a 47-foot right of way.
all right, so I think we're good if we're using that 24 feet. We don't necessarily, do we define it as face to face or back to back, which is just curiosity.
Measured from back of curb to back of curb for curb and gutter sections, from the edge of pavement to edge of pavement for shoulder sections. I don't know if that helps you out at
We
all.
probably need to look at that at another time. So we need to go, if we go back to the bullets, then the narrower street widths,
Yeah, not necessarily right of way widths.
right? Because in some cases, we're going to need a wider right of way to accommodate an additional side path, sidewalk, and over wide sidewalk that goes into an enhanced strip center. And then the traffic calming features. So we want to be careful about just from experience, the islands that occur in an effort to pinch the traffic to slow it down so that the curb is behaving as a parked car causes Public Works to have a lot of difficulty.
Yeah.
Where the other items, street trees, parking on the street textures, speed humps, those things are much more manageable for Public Works. Just from experience, the pinch point one is tough to deal with if Public Works is here.
I mean, could you just say like a city appropriate traffic calming measures and leave it kind of up to, well, I guess that you're really not asking the city to make the determination. You're asking for a developer to look at this and try and understand. But I guess it gets them asking the question of, hey, Burke, what exactly do you want these traffic calming measures to be? Because he may say he doesn't even want road humps inside of there because when they got to plow the roads, it's going to tear up the truck.
Do we just take out the parentheses? I don't want to take away street trees.
Is a,
It's almost more beneficial to the neighborhood to have a 31-foot street and parking on one side than it is to have a traffic calming device that necks down the flow of traffic to two 11-foot lanes. I would just personally suggest removing the parentheses and let the technical folks determine what the traffic calming features are that are appropriate.
Because like, I think it at least gets them asking the question and incorporating it with city staff inside of here of, what exactly does the city view as such type of traffic calming measures? But that's completely up to you all. I don't know why I'm talking.
Somewhere we got to get street trees back in this document though. In a section yet to be discussed, I guess.
Yeah, and it may have some incorporation in it with the policies and strategies located in further down. But
At the end of the two lines under the four bullets, do we need to restate the encouraging of stubs for future development? We talked about, I think on the Zoom, I'm on, having a stub, no, that was TRC, having a stub to a landlocked piece of property.
yeah, I think I mentioned that during this
Uh-huh.
time. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing we're required by ordinance to acquire a developer to. I think it says throughout our developments that it's kind of in the same capacity of, it's recommended, highly recommended, but in no way, shape or form can we require them to do it unless it's specifically landlocked and has no other access.
Yet here is where we are able to recommend without in requiring.
Yeah.
So if we took out the word and did into new subdivisions, new commercial centers, even office parks, and encouraging stubs to future undeveloped parcels.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this because I think it's all great. I just want to make sure that we're understanding how we're going to collaborate the two of Elizabeth's document and Mr. Wooten's document together, essentially, because we talked about some of his stuff, his recommendation. Are we just potentially going to include some of Elizabeth's bullet points down here below for that type of, and just essentially keep his top piece, or take this from hers and put it into Mr. Wooten's at the end? I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this.
You take those bullets, exactly what you just said. Take
Okay.
those bullets and put them in.
Okay, so you said even office parks and a well-planned connected road network can be incorporated in new subdivisions, new commercial centers, even office parks, and
Let's say it.
I can't either.
Encouraging stub outs to
There you go. The undeveloped parcels.
parcels.
Thank you.
Yeah, interrupt you for just a moment, add some comments that just came to mind. Looking at the bullet points, I hadn't thought about this before, but shorter blocks means more streets. May be a problem for some developers. They want to minimize the number of streets, the acreage that's used in. Understand what I'm saying? Shorter blocks, more streets. And then narrower street widths, we've had discussions ad nauseum about how narrow our streets are and how much of a problem that is for emergency vehicles and school buses and, you know, garbage pickup, all of these things. Do we really encourage narrower street widths?
So I hear you loud and clear. The ordinance that that we look back at with that 24-foot dimension is, it's got to be looked at. I think that probably gets handled in a different document.
Yeah, and I think there was also some reference earlier in the document about increasing front setbacks to incorporate more parking along the front side to reduce the amount of street parking to then allow for like narrower street widths for clear passage for these types of developments, or not developments, for emergency vehicles, things along those lines. So I think you're kind of pointing at one and back to the other, which, I mean, I don't know if you really want to do, but I mean, I think that's probably what the reference was from one to this one, is that's the hope, is that you get enough parking inside of the lot itself. You can reduce the, what's the term, reduce the weight that is on the Public Works Department to maintain a lot of these new streets.
Mr. Wooten, in your neighborhood versus new neighborhoods, the cul-de-sacs have gotten bigger. We design cul-de-sacs now that more appropriately fit both the firefighting vehicle and the bigger garbage truck. We didn't have, if we designed your neighborhood 15 years ago, we had a much smaller cul-de-sac as a standard. Now we have a cul-de-sac that's 96 feet across to accommodate the new garbage truck here and the bigger fire engine without having to start and stop and start and stop. The narrower street width fits in the, it just needs to be appropriate street width as opposed to narrower, and maybe appropriate block length based on the scale of the project, because you have a very valid point. You all of a sudden have bottleneck where you don't need one. So maybe the words appropriate as opposed to short and narrow, appropriate block length for the scale of the development. If nothing else, it gets the developer's attention and makes you aware of, I got to pay attention to street widths and how I lay out the grid network.
I think that pretty much covers a lot of the 7.2, unless somebody else has something to discuss.
7.2 graphically, the left graphic, we need to, no one designs a neighborhood that looks like that.
Yeah,
Past 5th grade. So we want to change the graphic to a little more realistic.
I'll try and find.
I'll draw you one and get it to you tomorrow. That way you don't have to worry about it, but we'll make it a little more realistic, showing the same idea and concept.
Anyone from the audience want to talk about 7.2? That's the only thing I want to talk about is 7.2. Come on, Jennifer.
Waited to see if you guys were going to mention it, but a lot of pushback on this issue on when projects come to city council. It's less than it was, but there was a state law that was requiring 2 means of egress. So what you had was a development that had been developed 30 years ago, like Steel Run. I think that was a issue, gosh, long time ago, even when I was on the council years and years ago. And then they had a new development that was being developed beside that. Well, they needed a second means of egress. So they wanted to connect to Steel Run, and the people in Steel Run were like, not our problem why you that you need another means of egress. We don't want all this traffic coming through our neighborhood. We're self-sufficient. Also, the neighborhoods were not harmonious, you could say. So I don't know how you want to address that, but I do think it's valid. I think that, you know, if you're gonna, what you see now, like is what off Rogers Road or off where all the big developments are going, uh, out towards Burlington area, that's still in Graham, that developer, he has like 4 different phases. So the first phase he'll do, then the second phase he'll do, then the third phase. Well, interconnectivity can work there because he didn't have the houses sold. He didn't have, you know, complaints from neighbors or whatever. You know, they know theoretically that the rest of the property is going to be developed at later stages. But where you do have problem is where you have established neighborhoods of 30 years and there's a new development that comes in that's completely and radically different than their existing neighborhood. You know, you have to understand that even just 10 years ago, people still did R18 lots. So obviously those things aren't happening today, but back then they were. And, you know, those people don't want to be connected to that neighborhood, period, carte blanche. And they don't want to hear anything that anybody has to say about people walking. They don't want the interconnectivity. If they had their way, they'll come and they'll say, not only do we not want the interconnectivity, we want fences up because we don't want people from that neighborhood coming in our neighborhood. I don't know how you want to address it, but you know, when the state was requiring, if you had so many how many lots was it, Cameron, that you had to have 2 means, and then they raised it to, is it 500 now?
No, I think fire code was 100, right?
100, okay.
And now, well, where it was 50, and now it's 100, something like that. I think they increased it to 100.
Yeah, so, but I guess the onus, they felt like those 2 means of egress need to be on your property. They don't need to be coming through our property from, we don't want that. And you can understand if you lived in that established neighborhood that you wouldn't want that either, most likely. So, you know, and when I say like they're not harmonious, I mean, it was like residential lots that were on acre lots beside an apartment complex. Those people did not want that connectivity. They did not want a bunch of people coming from an apartment complex going through their neighborhood. So, you know, that was we ended up, but then you also have emergency services that are saying, if there's a fire, we need to have another means of being able to get out. So what the council ended up doing was allowing for there to be an access there, and they ended up having a gate there that could be opened in the event of an emergency. But just, it wasn't addressed, and I think it is a big issue that comes up quite a bit. So, I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Chad.
Did we capture it in the street stub? So if we encourage future stubs on the new development,
Stubs limited to non-developed parcels.
that's right. Then if there's no one there in an undeveloped parcel and we're establishing a stub to that undeveloped parcel, whoever buys that parcel, it's a given, there's going to be connectivity to that parcel.
Well,
But you're not trying to
I know what
connect
you're
it.
saying.
You're not trying to connect it to an existing established neighborhood because we're not able to address that. We're addressing things that are occurring in the future.
The other big issue is that, you know, you have what happened to, say, Joey Parsons' development. That road coming in there was no curb, gutter, and when cars park on both sides of the road, you cannot get 2 cars to pass each other. You have to basically go through the development and do this around the cars that are parked in the road. Now, you build 1,000 houses behind his development, and now that road that was just a residential road that was built to be just a residential road is now a thoroughfare for 4,000 cars every day to come through. So what do you do in that situation?
So when it exceeds the 3,000 trips per day, there'll be a TIA study that the developer should have improved the street or the connected
Well,
street. So,
what's upsetting about that development is that there were other alternatives. It was just gonna cost the new developer money to connect to another street. But you're making all this money on all these new homes. You should have spent the money to have that other connectivity. And that's the thing that the existing residents get mad about. They're like, it seems like we're being inconvenienced when new development comes in and they're trying to basically put a highway through our residential neighborhood to accommodate hundreds and hundreds of homes back here. And they need to find their own means of egress and not through our neighborhood. And I understand that. I'm very sympathetic with somebody that was not, they bought their home, it was their largest investment, and they weren't expecting hundreds and hundreds of cars to pass by their house. And now some big developers come and bought all this land in the back, which they have a right to do, and they have a right to develop it. I don't think they're fighting that, but they're like, you need to find your own highway to get all these people out of your development, and it doesn't need to come by my house.
Thank you. I noticed in the past that this problem right here that we're talking about has been passed down by numerous councils of not enforcing it. And I can think of several subdivisions where the stubs are there, the developments went in, and then there was something allowed to be different than our ordinance. Nina Drive is one of them down here off of Hanford Road. That last subdivision just got put in. I think it was recommended that Nina Drive people turned out and they didn't want the traffic coming through their development. And so it was waived and wasn't made to make those access.
Yeah, I think it
So they
was part of
stuck.
a conditional rezoning, right? Where there was, because there was existing right of way
That's right.
in between that development, like in between two houses. And that was, I guess, proposed to eventually connect to Darrell Drive over there.
Yep.
And during the conditional rezoning, they initially showed it, but then they wanted it to be gone, and I think they were fine with it. I can only go by what, the ordinance says inside of, the book of what, connectivity says at least, and I think that's where maybe some of the things come as, you have something that specifically says inside the development ordinance that a developer is required to provide a street stub out to an undeveloped piece of land or a landlocked piece of land. I think that's where a lot of these southern portions of, development has come to create this interconnectivity of maybe streets that aren't the same to new streets from changing development requirements of what our streets actually are. And I guess that's where a lot of this connectivity comes from, is just constant trickle down of the southern, the more south you go.
But if we're recommending that be considered and we're not going to enforce it, then why don't we recommend 2 points of egress on the parcel that you buy?
So I think inside of the development ordinance, it requires 2 points of access points for anything over 25. And I think the city standard can trump the fire code, I believe, in that retrospect. I could be wrong, but I know we've pretty much held people to that standard essentially. I mean, I think that in that Nina Drive example, they had 2 points of entry and they also had another point of entry on Darrell Drive. But they just had another secondary point of entrance on Darrell Drive for some reason. I mean, I can get the plan pulled up if we absolutely want to take a look at it.
What about the new development right here on Hanford Road? It just,
Oh, that Nina Drive. I'm thinking of another one. I'm
that
thinking of-
that's got more than 20, it's got 25, I think, units or more, and it only has 1 point of egress.
Mhm. Well, they tried to provide two.
Hanford Landing.
They tried to provide two, but it got shot down, because the fellow folks in the neighboring development came through.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, and didn't want cars traveling through there. So the secondary point of access really is just for emergency services. I think it's heavily incentivized that those 2 point of accesses are there so that fire can get there just in case half of Hanford is blocked off. How are we going to get to the back of it if, there's something blocking the front? And that's through that Nina Drive area where they're gonna have to open the gate. Whereas if it wasn't a part of that condition, then, like I said, I think they provided it on their initial set of plans to meet our ordinance requirements. But due to public comment, it was stated that we're going to provide the connection, but it's only going to be used for emergency services. Not even trash.
So that last sentence, I'm sorry, Mr. Wooten, go ahead.
Or how is all of this discussion going to be incorporated into
That's-
this document?
I think the last two lines of
That's
where we are, just read it and in the context of this is a future land use plan with respect to both, Mr. Bennis and Ms. Talley. And, this is a document guiding the future plan. A well-planned connected road network can be incorporated into new subdivisions, new commercial centers, even office parks, and encouraging stub outs to undeveloped parcels.
I mean,
It doesn't say that we're going into an old neighborhood. It doesn't say that we're going into an old neighborhood or that we're requiring a connection beyond what the fire code requires. It encourages interconnectivity, which is as a general rule is good for the public works, the firefighters, the cops. At the same time, that sentence keeps Graham, because it doesn't say it promotes connectivity to established neighborhoods. It's really tough. And we have a traffic count study requirement
no, sir.
in respect to DOT streets, where if we exceed 3,000 trips per day, then we're going to do a traffic study to identify problems. Congestion being one of them.
I think it's just difficult because a lot
Tough
of
to
these,
do right here.
a lot of the older developments are adhering to the ordinance requirement of what this is
Yep.
saying is providing that stub out to an undeveloped piece of property. I don't know if you could even go as far as trying to line it up with what our ordinance states of maybe not just undeveloped, but landlocked pieces of property, undeveloped landlocked pieces of property. I don't know if that really makes any difference or not, but that's essentially what the ordinance says.
Let's put
And
undeveloped and landlocked.
come on up, sir.
Jeff Bennis, and I haven't moved since the last time I came up here and talked, so.
Okay.
I mean,
Long meeting.
I offer this as a constructive comment and something that I think that you need to keep in mind either now or you're gonna have to address it down the road. And the sooner you address it, the better. And it pertains to 7.2, it pertains to 7.1, it pertains to just about everything you do in planning for the future, okay? What I see happening in Graham is uncontrolled growth. All right? Everybody likes growth. More stuff, more money, more revenue, bigger is better. Well, now you got problems, right? You're trying to put out the campfire at the top of the fire instead of down at the bottom. In my career, I always looked at root cause. What's the root cause of what we're talking about here? More people, uncontrolled growth. I drove down Graham here at 5 o'clock in the afternoon last Friday. I thought I was back in Chicago on 22nd Street. It was hopping, right? And people spinning through around traffic and things like that. It was busy. It wasn't small town Graham anymore. This was like a freeway going through there, all right? You really need to talk about controlling your growth. I'm sure everyone remembers about Quarry Hills, the golf course. Everybody remember that? I had to go over there the other day on some business. There must be 1,000 homes there, right? 1,000 more cars on the road, 1,000 more everything, 1,000 more problems. Rarely do you have a silver bullet that fixes everything. That's a silver bullet, is controlling the growth. Now that's not popular, right? Because people want to get bigger and bigger and better, and we want to be bigger than Burlington and Bebbin and all this stuff. Well, you got problems doing that. Control your growth and you won't have to worry about this stuff.
Thank you.
I hope that's not negative, but
Just a comment. I don't disagree. In fact, I agree with what Jennifer said and what we've said about the egress and all that. But I think, to me, that's more appropriate in a discussion over the UDO. I like what we have here. It fits the spirit of this document. I think it fits it just fine. Says what it says what it needs to say without, being really specific and getting down too much in the weeds.
So as of right now, I essentially have up on the screen, Elizabeth's, I guess, recommendations for this section. And what's highlighted is going to be placed at the end of Mr. Wooten's recommendation. If that is okay with you all, again, leave it up to you all if we would like to kind of continue in that manner.
So are we satisfied with 7.2? So let's move on to 7.3. Who wants to start that? Ed, you got any changes on 7.3?
Trying to find it. Cameron, would you pull up mine?
Yeah, I think, yeah, right here, page 66. And this is page 66. Typical urban zoning and zoning ordinances.
I think I must have sent you something on 7.3.
Maybe.
It's in front of you.
I'll just read it, I guess. I'll just read it out loud. Typical urban zoning and zoning ordinance create situations in which uses are segregated from one another. The use of urban zoning has unintentionally resulted in the loss of pedestrian connectivity and neighborhood-centered life, which typically included the centralized retail and a mixture of uses. That's the left side of that page.
Oh, you're good.
While picking up with the left side of the page,
We're good.
picking up with the left side of the page after that word uses, we would begin reading from the text of the document in front of us already. While some uses need to be separated from one another through that entire section until we get to the last three lines. The last line, the last two words of line 4, the diagram. You with me?
Yeah.
The diagram highlights the separation of uses, comma, and the vehicle-focused network, period.
And all of that, well, hold on, is listed inside of here, right?
Hold on. That first paragraph, typical urban through of uses. Copies and pastes to the section on the left side of page 66 under the left side 7.3 from the word "the" in the first line to the word "communities" period in the 7th line.
Got it.
Then we pick up with while some uses, uninterrupted until you get to the 3rd line from the bottom. Highlights the, and then strike through current problem with.
So the diagram highlights the,
Separation of uses. And the vehicle-focused network. So vehicle-focused network. What we're doing is the same thing we did in 7.1. We're not trying to say one is less desirable than the other. We're stating the facts.
and we're still keeping after the diagram.
The diagram highlights the separation of uses and the vehicle-focused network, period.
And then keep in current problem with separation of uses, all traffic must go onto the main road and go anywhere. Or are we taking?
No, we struck out current problem with, we struck out all traffic must get out on the main road to go anywhere.
So it just ends right there.
It just sounded, just forgive me, it just sounded a little inappropriate.
Cameron, the top line too, the typical urban zoning and a zoning.
The typical urban zoning ordinances create situations in which uses are segregated from one another.
That's correct.
Yes.
On the right-hand side of the page, you can go back to the Word document text and let's read that. So then mixed use, I just went through that whole section. Mixed use zoning typically predates urban zoning and occurs in a more organic and synergistic fashion where pedestrian focused needs and the absence of vehicle transportation cause commercial, retail, and residential uses to be located more closely together. The historic part of Graham has many examples of commercial, multifamily, and single-family uses in close proximity to one another. Mixed-use development encourages pedestrian connectivity, decreases vehicle traffic, and allows people the opportunity to choose whether to drive or walk to their home, local store, or place of employment. The Central Business District in Graham is an excellent example of a traditional mixture of uses where office, retail uses, residential destinations, and other attractive establishments meet multiple needs of the citizens with or without vehicle transportation. I just took that whole right-hand side out and put that in its place for
So just-
discussion.
We're taking all this right-hand side out and replacing it with what you have written essentially.
That's my suggestion, open for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, because I made the change on that left-hand side as well, and like, it's, completely up to you all as well.
I have to admit the fact that what was there was very generic, whereas this is more city specific for the city of Graham. So
Yes, sir.
I highly encourage the replacement.
You write anything on that one?
I did, but I like what you wrote.
Will you read yours too?
Oh, Lord. Yes.
If-
Okay.
I'd be best, probably better.
Okay. The standard zoning, and some of this I think also that I got from Chair Ward, some of his updates. So it's a mix of both. The standard zoning ordinance has created a situation in which all uses must be segregated from one another. This has reduced the occurrence of lively neighborhoods that include a neighborhood store, as well as the removal of residences from the central business district in many communities. While some uses need to be separated from one another, many would work well together if designed properly. For example, the construction of 5 three-story multifamily apartment buildings in the middle of a single-family residential district would not be appropriate. However, a multifamily townhouse development that is designed to complement the surrounding neighborhood may fit in. The separation of uses has resulted in the creation of, quote, pods of development. The separation of uses is compounded with unconnected road networks requiring all traffic use a main road to travel. It is to be noted, however, that the separation of uses assists in managing infrastructure demands and may reduce nuisances caused by mixed-use environments. It also allows for more efficient infrastructure planning, such as road design in industrial zones.
That's good.
You wrote
Does
some of
that,
it?
does that strike, does that strike the whole left side?
Right, good.
Oh, thank you.
Does that strike the whole left side and replace it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm easy, so I like it all right here. We're all on the same page of what we're emphasizing. It's all clicking together, whether it's whichever version.
Mr. Huffine, you're a little more technical, so some of your wording should probably replace mine.
Yes.
Hard.
I think it makes it better. I mean, with the engineers understand exactly what we're looking for.
edgy.
I say I do civil construction, not road design.
I had no problem
Construction, so that's.
with that at all.
It's in a different
I
world.
had no problem with that at all.
So Chad has no problem with that. Would you be okay with
But
it?
as a developer,
So we want to put
all of that.
Completely.
all Elizabeth's in there.
10-4. Oh, okay, okay.
That makes it a whole lot easier to
That
edit.
is a real, the column's messed up on that.
So this is,
That mixed use goes to the right side.
okay, I was about to say, oh man, I gotta find a way to put all this stuff in there.
But copy and paste.
Yep. Well, I thought it was gonna take up, cause like it's hard for me to go like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the only hard part that I have to deal with.
Put a side
Font
note,
reduce? Maybe?
put a side note out there and then you can move it.
Let's do this. I do not want to do that. God, imagine, that would be,
So.
how's that? It's in there.
Yeah, let's do the mixed one too, mixed use.
Mixed use. The concept of mixed use began before zoning was required and many uses could be found within a singular neighborhood. When pre-planned, mixed use provides a great concept to encourage lively neighborhoods that intertwine to serve a multitude of needs. The Central Business District is an excellent example of mixed use as there are office and retail establishments with residences on the upper floor.
Elizabeth, will you slow down and
Sorry.
go back?
Yep. You want me to start all the way at the beginning?
Yes, ma'am.
The concept of mixed use began before zoning was required, and many uses could be found within a singular neighborhood. When pre-planned, mixed use provides a great concept to encourage lively neighborhoods that intertwine to serve a multitude of needs. The Central Business District is an excellent example of mixed use as there are office and retail establishments with residences on the upper floor. Problems occur and opposition may arise when a multitude of uses are added after an established use has defined the area. Careful consideration must be given to transitions between uses. Not all commercial uses are compatible with residential uses and vice versa. Factors such as use intensity, building height, privacy, noise, lighting, traffic, landscaping, fencing, and setbacks should be thoroughly evaluated when introducing a new use adjacent to an established one. Equal attention should be given to which use existed first and whether the proposed adjoining use will function harmoniously with the existing development. Transitional uses, such as office and institutional uses, can serve as effective buffers between commercial development and residential neighborhoods. Neighborhood markets and convenience stores, in particular, can either enhance or negatively impact nearby areas depending on their location, design, and operations, including the presence of sidewalks, operating hours, lighting, and ongoing maintenance.
You
Go to the word great. Just bear with me.
Oh, you're okay.
Can you read again until I stop? Say stop.
put one down.
That was hard for me to keep up, but I got a few of them.
Line down.
Okay, you're on it. So great, change that to efficient.
Efficient concept, is that where we're starting? Yeah.
provides, and
And
Chad, I would suggest the use of effective, not efficient.
effective.
Effective.
Thank you. The Central Business District, we're making that Graham. So the Graham Central Business District or the Central Business District in Graham? Whichever way is better. It's implied because it's in our minds that that's where we're referring. But if Mr. Venice was still sitting here, he may take himself back mentally to somewhere in Chicago.
If we're going to do that, I would like to make sure we add that to the separation of uses side as well.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing it
Yeah,
right here.
thank you.
Let me go back over here real quick.
Actually, trying to read that while you type. I don't think you need to do that there. I'm
The
sorry.
central business
I-
district.
It's I think it's a broad reference. Right?
Right,
Right,
because it's
right.
this, it's just
Okay.
telling you the
So,
difference.
sorry,
between
Cameron.
No problem, no problem.
the- Right.
Not a
We're good there.
problem.
Okay, the next one was, give me a minute to
Hang
find
on,
the word.
look over on the right side, you still have in Graham.
We want that one there because that is a
That there.
specific reference to grammar on the left side.
There you go.
Sorry, this one's already.
Yes.
posted over there.
Yeah.
I meant the, yeah, what you just did.
That's exactly what you get. Or we gotta find the residential or residences on the right-hand side.
Retail establishment with residences on the upper floor. Is that where we're at? Dwelling units.
Not all commercial uses are.
There it was. Not all commercial
Come on down.
uses.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
keep on coming down. Not all commercial uses
down.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
are compatible with residential and institutional.
Residential and
Yeah,
institutional.
residential is the newest category. So
Sorry.
we had the discussion of school proximity to vape shop. We're covering that residential part, but we're not covering the church or the school as the institutional part.
Residential.
Residential, we're gonna put that on our next drawing that we send to you. It's gonna be the coolest Disney shaped building. Then the last
Put it
one,
here first.
the last one was after lighting to add sound. Somewhere in there.
Boys,
Privacy, oh, sorry, I didn't hear noise. I just missed it. Cause we're getting the backup beeper all the time, the alarm from the backup. Good. I'm good.
All right.
Moving on.
go back up for just a minute, just
Yes, sir.
one really nitpicky thing. Where it says the central business district in Graham is an excellent example. I'm looking at that and thinking, in Graham is representative of mixed use.
Simplifies and take out the two.
Simplified would be a good word. Or is representative, either one, I think would be. Excellent example is a little overused, it becomes trite.
So the central business district in Graham exemplifies mixed use as there are office and retail establishments with residences on the upper floor.
I think that reads better.
Here's the hard part. Is everybody content?
Represents is a reference. Exemplifies to me is, hey, this is Graham. It's bigger. It's an
Action.
excellent example in one word.
Better word.
Good.
Sorry, Cameron.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
There's that exemplitional.
Something weird. All right. So we're gonna have to drop the font of this like a little bit. Oh, that's too little. 10. It's getting dark outside. Yeah, trust me, I am too. So it's rough.
Someone get
No
a
idea.
roll for our Lone Ranger back there.
Break. Break on the board.
You want to ask him what section he wants to talk about?
Sure.
Well, actually, technically all of the zoning
The land use maps.
maps.
The last stuff we get to.
Uh,
Sorry. I'm trying to keep it in order so we're not bouncing.
patience, I'm learning a lot about board. I gotta know what kind of hands I'm going into, because I'm
Gotcha.
expanding the grasp. and
Uh-huh.
reach.
I think, I talked with, Mr. Timothy, correct?
Yeah,
I spoke with him on the phone, I believe yesterday. He lives down on Swepsonville Road outside of our city limits, just to give a brief overview. I have to stick onto it, but I guess our future land use map extends our suburban residential area outside of there. So there's a thought of potential annexation, which I learned today that the city cannot forcibly annex anymore. It has to deal with, low income driven aspects for us to be able to take over and annex anything. So unless, there is an income driven where there's problems with your water and sewer, or I don't know what the terminology is for it, but we can't just forcibly annex people anymore. But that's all that I'll get into at the moment.
People think that you want the city to, you don't want the city to annex you, but it's actually cheaper for the resident because the residents paying double rates on everything. I mean, you can run the numbers yourself, but trust me, it's cheaper to be in the city and to pay, annual taxes than it is to be outside the city and pay double rates.
oh, there's.
Sorry about that.
There's no question I have, and I've got basically 10 acres that is sitting in a reasonably expandable location. And it has increased in value by, oh, I don't know, about 500% since I purchased it. And I do know that the development's coming that way. I know it's gonna happen. But I wanna make sure it gets, I wanna know I'm in good hands. And the reality is, it's weird that I've got a well and septic that I have to maintain when the backyard is Burlington Water Treatment Center. They're literally my backyard.
All right, let's get back to order here so we can get this wrapped up, so we can get to you to see everything that your concerns are at that point. We got a lot more to talk about. So. What else do we have here on this particular item?
Think
I think we got 7.3 ready to go to 7.4.
So 7.4. Elizabeth, you want to talk about 7.4?
I'll read. Conventional development. Conventional development maximizes the number of lots or retail space that can be created out of any piece of land. This method pays little attention to environmental factors, neighborhood design, or open space. However, it provides for initial lower costs of land and resident privacy. The goal of development is to place as many houses or businesses on the site as allowed under the current zoning ordinance. As a result, land that should be preserved due to environmental conditions or topography gets turned into a backyard or graded for parking. In addition, this type of development places a greater burden on the city because it often does not provide recreational space for the residents and results in overcrowding at parks and other recreational facilities. The conventional business development is often aesthetically unpleasing, causes increased runoff to other properties, and increases traffic. I'm going back to reference myself, but I think this was almost similar to what was in the original one. I just changed some
Yeah, it's very close. to
simple
the-
English
very close to the
language.
original.
Yeah.
Everybody satisfied with that, or any changes or deletions?
I don't want to complicate it too much. Pays less attention to as opposed to little attention to. Let's read it that way.
Oh.
Pays less attention to.
Good.
And near the beginning,
Fourth line.
Fourth line, yeah, please.
I think pays,
Us.
just literally,
then at the end of attention, there's no S. So you want to take pays less attention.
To environmental factors. Neighborhood design.
Because that's facts. That philosophy takes a net area, divides it by a zoning density. That's what you get.
Okay.
Where the periphery, the unusable land is significantly less, receives less emphasis mathematically. So you're saying there's a hierarchy of attention being paid to, and that saying less is true. There is a significant amount of attention paid to streams, buffers, wetlands, regardless of the development philosophy. But to say it's less means it's not the priority. And I think that's what we're trying to say in that paragraph.
Okay, I'm good with
I'm
that.
good with that.
I would change a couple of words in the next sentence. The goal of development says, goal of development is to place as many houses or business. I would go with the goal of development is to maximize the number of houses or businesses.
Anything else? Move on to open space.
The city of Graham has recently adopted an open space provision for R12, R15, and R18 zoning districts. These provisions seek to encourage the development of compact neighborhoods and rural compounds that set aside significant natural vistas and landscape features for permanent conservation. Open space is defined as any area that is not divided into private or civic building lots, streets, rights of way, parking, or easements established for purposes other than conservation. The land is to be permanently protected from development and can be used by the developed neighborhood as a recreational amenity. The developer can build the same number of units but on smaller lots, resulting in substantially less infrastructure to be installed as a result of the clustered development. By encouraging open space development, recreational opportunities for citizens is increased, travel time to recreational opportunities is decreased, the amount of infrastructure to be maintained is decreased, and the attractiveness of the community is increased.
Keeping it simple, we need to validate where it is defined. There is, and then I want to complicate it a little bit about the 10th line down. Open space is defined as any area that is not divided. Where is that defined, and can we read the definition? Because if we're going to say that, we want to make sure that it wasn't the previous author that said that without a definition. Because I'm not so sure that we covered everything.
But that should be cited somewhere in the UDO.
Yeah. Because it's often a point of contention in different municipalities, different counties, different cities. What does the stormwater control measure count as? What does the seesaw count towards? What does the floodway count towards? So if we're going to reference a definition, we better be right on that one. And that's no fault on this group, just a technicality.
I would say you'd need to either cite that in the UDO or take out defined and say something like open space is viewed.
Yeah, because I don't know if there's a specific one-line definition for open space inside the development ordinance. There's something for usable open space that we incorporated recently, but I don't think that covers what exactly we're looking for.
We don't have a definition for open space.
The definition is incorporated into the contents of what is required inside of open space, I guess, if that makes sense. There's not like open space is defined as this. It's more or less, you must provide open space in your development. Open space is classified as this blank, 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 blank. Kind of this is what is required open space inside of different developments.
Yeah, so we got to get out of that. We got to get out of the business of defining in this document. That was from.
I would suggest using words like open space is typically considered or is viewed so that it's vague enough and broad enough, suggestive enough.
If Amanda was here, she'd just destroy us on these 4 lines. Can we pause and read my suggestion for this one?
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to complicate it. I just want to see what I said, and let's look at it.
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes, sir. Or I can.
I got it right here. So I think this is open space type development recently adopted within the city of Grams, or 12, 15, and 18, or
Sorry.
City of Grams R 12, 15, and 18 zoning districts seek to encourage the development of compact cluster type neighborhoods, setting aside perimeter areas, maintaining natural vistas, and naturally challenging areas for recreational and conservation uses.
So please excuse the talk to dictation. And then I don't know if that's enough verbiage. Maybe maybe we strike those 4 lines defining open space and try to incorporate what. We're just treading on thin ice there.
You're gonna have to redo that whole sentence.
To an
That
extent,
sentence is
yes,
critical to the rest of the.
but not
paragraph.
where, like, maybe I just didn't go down far enough.
Open space ordinance, we ain't just rewrite it.
We rewrote a portion of it. Maybe this is where we're at.
Oh, go down, there it is. Open space is defined.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so it's literally open space is defined as an area that is not divided into private or civic building lots, streets, rights of way, parking, or easements established for the purpose of other than open space conservation.
For the UDO.
According to the UDO, per the UDO, either.
There you go. I think we're in good shape with her now. And that's a defined entry in the definition section of the UDO or in the appropriate section.
Yes, sir. So it talks about open
Okay.
space provisions for R12, R15, R18. And then open space is defined as any area that is not divided into private or civic building lots, streets, rights of way, parking, or easements established for the purpose other than open space conservation.
And that's verbatim from the UDO. That's cool. I think we're
The
good.
reason we rewrote that is because 20 years ago, the intent of this was for good. But as you well know, lawyers, developers who are not necessarily sometimes the most responsible and do have the philosophy to maximize as many houses as they can on a piece of property. They were basically taking anything that was unusable, buildable space and just saying, oh, that's my open space. And, that wasn't the intent. And I just wanted to make that clear that the intent of the open space was to have open recreational space throughout your development. One of the things that the council really tried to encourage with some of the rewrites is like the there's been a couple,
Biocell.
the biocells, the recent developments that have come up. And when you go into that development, there was going to be a pond, an erosion pond, very visible. And through encouragement with that developer, we were able to get him to do now it doesn't work on every plot of land, of course, but he's able to do that. And that's going to be a beautiful green space. I mean, really central to the development. And that was more of what the council was trying to encourage with this open space. So, but the wording means everything. And because the wording wasn't done in a way it allowed a big loophole, and development was not being developed in the way it was intended with this open space provision. So, and it was hurting people, I think, because people would come to the meetings and they'd say, okay, well, they're asking for a rezoning in addition to using the open space, and lots that were supposed to go from R18 down to like R12. They're thinking they're getting 12,000 square foot lots, but by the time you use the open space provision, it's like 9,000 and 10,000 square foot lots. And they're like, well, we didn't agree to that. We agreed to R12, but by the time you use the open space provision, in other words, they're double dipping if you get it. So it was not, a lot of residents felt misled by this. I just want you to know the real impact of this. This is a very important section, and one that ends up having a lot of distrust in the community. It was done years ago for good intention, and when you read it, you think it is good intention. It's to preserve green space. But unfortunately, some very unscrupulous developers didn't use it for that reason. They didn't use it the way it was intended. And it caused a lot of so if you guys can help in reversing that, I just wanted you to know that that's kind of how it happened and how it came about, but it was for good.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Everybody satisfied with the last edition? So that takes care of all of section 7.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So let's go back, and he's here to talk about the land zone. What's that, 6, 5 or 6?
Yeah, it's 6-4, so it's right here above. I mean, it's the last little piece of it. I mean, it's kind of all tied into, section 6 is talking about what exactly is the future land use map and what the areas themselves incorporate. But I guess I'll open it up for you all, I guess. So I don't really have much to say outside. I think there's a couple things that Mr. Huffine might also have on this map. So I think it's a good segue into the next topic of discussion.
All right, I want to, come on up, sir. So you've been here a long time. I'll give you opportunity to talk about this section before we get started in it.
Timothy Scott, 2255, 2255A, 2255B, 2259 Swepsonville Road.
Thank you, sir.
The main thing, I'm absolutely blessed to have been here because I know that you guys are very serious about what you do and you're doing a very good job. Author by committee is not an easy task, but you guys are doing a wonderful job. And I know I'm in good hands as this development happens, but I understand, yes, that this is by no means a welcome to the city of Graham. This is a city of Graham is going to tell you what you can and cannot do. That is what the map adjustment is. It puts me into the unincorporated development zone. And I understand that.
Not necessarily, oh, sorry.
Well, which it's zoning right now, I'm currently unzoned. I've got 3 businesses on my property. I've got a nut farm. I grow pecan trees. I've got an automotive shop. I work on cars, and I've got a JATMO, which is Jack of all trades, master of one, which is in part a recycling business, scrap. As this gets developed into suburban residential, that's my concern. What am I going to be facing when it comes to the point where city council, and I know this is city council really, I came to basically get myself formatted for the city council meeting because I know the city council is the one that approves things. And I understand that. But I'm very comfortable with how you guys are approaching growth. I'm very comfortable with that. I just need to know how I need to be prepared in my world. I mean, I know I'm grandfathered into what I've got on the property right now, but it does limit the use of my property in the future for different things that, you know, could come up and do. Right now, I'm currently taking care of my dying father and my mother-in-law, and I've got a lot on my plate that I can't address a lot of what I planned because I've got other things that are taking higher priority. I'm not a wealthy guy. I'm not your super businessman by any means. I'm just the average guy trying to get by. And I want to know that, that your plans on developing and the zoning changes that are going to happen, what is the effect it's going to have on me? So that was basically it. And no, by the way, you all are doing a great job. So I feel comfortable that I'm in good hands.
Kevin, you want to address that?
Yeah, so I guess, you feel free to stand up. I think you're here, so, you don't have, you could stand wherever you like, of course.
I'm here to listen.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, essentially, we're talking about this map, and you mentioned that, when this map's approved, that's your zoning, it's inside the city of Graham. Is that your understanding of essentially what's going
Well,
on?
my understanding puts me in there's like UTI or U.
ETJ. So, yes, sir.
Extra, basically, extra.
Territorial jurisdiction, yes, sir. So, no, sir, that is not 100% the case at the moment. It's not the case at all.
That's the definition of ETJ on the internet.
Yes, sir. So, but we're not extending our ETJ based on this map.
Okay.
Okay, so this is our future land use. So this is essentially showing that if the city of Graham were to develop in this area in the future where our city limits could possibly extend, this is the way we want the development to be drawn as. That's that suburban residential type. In no way, shape, or form, based on the approval of this document, are we, one, bringing you into the city of Graham via annex, or bringing you into the city of Graham's ETJ where we have zoning jurisdiction over the top of you. The only thing that's going over you right now is this blank canvas that if for some reason a developer purchases your piece of land and every other piece of land around it, they have to develop it. They have to come to the city of Graham, request the annexation if they want our water and sewer, and develop it to the standards of the suburban residential plan. And until that happens, you're not inside the city of Graham. You're not inside the city of Graham's ETJ. You're pretty much protected to do everything you want based on county zoning currently. I don't know if you're in this, I don't think you're in the Swepsonville limits. It's probably all in the county. So there's nothing changing for you. Yes, sir. So there's nothing changing for you based on this map in its current state. This map is pretty much the exact same in this area as it was approved in 2015. So there's no zoning changes for you whatsoever. All of that would have to come down from city council, and it would take a heavy investment from a developer for us to even think about moving a line or something down here, and it would all be cost borne on the developer. And the only way we would force annex is if it was a deprived area that, I think there's like a cash value that's associated with it, where the city has to extend water and sewer to that area in order to force annex. And I don't think the city's in a position right now to even want to explore that option down Swepsonville Road at the moment. So, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself as staff, but city council probably could elaborate on that a little bit more. But you are in no way, shape, or form, if this document is approved, in line for any of our zoning authority at all. Unless, like I said, city council makes a decision to bring in ETJ further out, but that requires these different types of statutory requirements, like extending water and sewer on behalf of the city of Graham. So
ETJ also with water and sewer as well.
no, sir. So that's the other thing, is like, we're not going to extend our ETJ line until that city limits
And
line.
they need to hear too, so I figured I'd come back to the mic.
Yeah. I'll let Chad, I mean, you're versed in this as well.
Can we look at your location on the map?
Yeah.
Let's
Zoom in on it. If you go
let's
to the
get
end
a-
of Cooper Road, diagonally across Cooper Road, I've
I'll
got,
go to the GIS. It's probably.
it's actually two
Yeah.
of them. Oh, you can pull it up in GIS.
Clicked on the wrong thing.
Alamance County GIS.
So I'm actually going the city one here because you can,
Are you gonna be able to pull me up on the city one?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and log in.
You're good like that.
I tried.
I did figure out who the computer guy was.
All right. So
There I am, right
There
there.
it is, I see.
Yeah.
17, 140.
172.
Keep going down, Cameron, there. Oh,
Round back, 14.
Yep, all the way, all the way.
14, 34. Those are mine.
So this, essentially this whole area right
Yeah,
through here.
that's me. Yeah, there has been, they haven't put it in there yet because it's on the feed. It's not been processed as, through the GIS yet, but, my neighbor and I swapped some land
Gotcha.
and I now own the whole creek, but
Nice. So
I figured water was more important. so
Yeah.
Water.
ETJ line is currently right here.
Yep.
Yes, sir. So nothing past this line has any zoning authority over it. The layer I have on top of here is our current future land use map.
And
Which
that's
is-
merely a zoning recommendation map. It has not,
If development were come this way in the future.
right.
Yes, sir. So we're not doing anything to you right now.
That makes me a whole lot more comfortable, but on the same token, that also gives me because I growth patterns. You're not gonna stop growing. And I certainly don't want to put myself in a position where, I can't remember his name down on High House Road was. That's not cool. I want to work with the community. I don't want to work against it.
So the only way it sounds like this property is gonna be annexed is if you yourself voluntarily want it to make connections to our water and sewer where it would need to get zoned. Or a developer purchases this land and maybe some other land around it to create some type of development in the future and connect our water and sewer. But that's gonna require them to extend, probably, I think our water stops
We've got
somewhere.
hydrants about a quarter mile, well, less than a quarter mile from my driveway on both up Cooper and
I don't even know if I can do this
up
right now,
Pleasantville Road.
but
Y'all close. You in the neighborhood.
So just for my own clarity, Mr. Scott is inside the ETJ or is outside?
Outside of
It's
the
outside.
ETJ. When I saw the map and I saw the zoning on the map, that implied to me after reading the document, because if you read the document, it doesn't say it isn't a planned change. That's why I made the phone call. That's why came to the meeting. And actually, that's why I'm now actually quite comfortable with how you guys control growth, so. And how much concern you take towards your community. Oh, and by the way, the easiest way to handle the pictures is, yeah, go ahead and use the one from the south of the highway and the one from north of the highway as far as the, development goes. It's a perfect example.
Mm.
South Graham versus versus, Old Graham. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
I'll let y'all get back to your business.
Thank you for
thank
waiting.
you for sticking around,
And
Mr.
thanks for
Scott.
being patient to hear me out.
Yes, sir. If you got any questions or anything, just feel free to give me a call. You got my number, all right?
Okay, hello.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Scott.
as things change in the house, like I said, I don't want to be in a position where I have alienated the possibilities of growth.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chad,
Thank you.
Thank you.
want to start this? This is all. These your plans that you sent in?
Think so.
Okay, let's get back to it.
So I guess along the same lines, since Mayor Dickey's Facebook post, I've received a lot of messages in the past couple of days to make sure that this section of the land use plan is looked at carefully. Can go north of Graham to the intersection of Washington.
Washington
at
and Providence.
Providence. Trying to do this for me.
Me too.
Right there in the curve.
We're gonna do this the other way. Because I'm not gonna find it like this. I know where you're at though.
Okay, you got to cross Parker,
Yep, it's right here.
right there.
And so the land use map currently calls for
I think it's downtown residential in this area.
what the concern was while that area redevelops. The land use designation did not specifically call for mixed use. Called for downtown residential.
Mhm.
And given the group of folks in that area that own that land, that somewhat limits their option when they come to be consistent with the future land use plan as part of the consistency statement. If there was a desire for mixed use, which we've been pushing for the past 3 hours, we've relegated them only to downtown residential use. So what are our options for reflecting the current ownership's desire for their future 10 to 20-year plan for parcels they own?
I just want to get pulled up kind of what it states in here about downtown residential, where this area is kind of located. And this, of course, talking about principal uses and supporting uses, just so we all have an understanding of principal uses in this area, predominantly detached single-family homes and neighborhoods, may include duplexes. Supporting uses, places of worship, daycares, park facilities, schools. Civic spaces, designated neighborhood centers may include neighborhood-oriented commercial, small professional offices, live-work units, and home occupations, provided they do not generate excessive traffic and parking. And that's essentially what downtown residential views as, principal and supporting uses for things inside of that area. Is the intention, I guess, to try and change it to something different for these two? I guess, which area are we looking at to change?
That entire intersection is owned by several different development groups or landowners that own to lease or own to rent. And it appears to me now, after hearing you read the definition of downtown residential, that it includes enough of the retail, commercial, and institutional components that they're not specifically relegated to just replacing that home for home.
Yeah.
There's currently stores and live works and workshops, or what do you call it, workspace areas in that, co-working areas that I think the ownership in that area wants to cultivate.
Yeah, and I think there's, if this is like a little, this is the same that we discussed with, the folks last month with Peachtree, because they're on Washington as well, kind of in this other little corridor, where they're in the B3 zoning district, whereas, it's still a neighborhood oriented commercial type use, where you can have these live work offices type things inside of there. But I guess what you don't want to do is make it into like this mixed use commercial thing where you can now have retail oriented, like convenience stores, like large scale. Well, I guess you can have convenience stores inside of the B3 to begin with, but you see where I'm going, I guess. I guess they're more oriented currently. If they were to want to come and do a rezoning for something, you could limit it based upon the understanding that, okay, you're in the downtown residential district. We do allow for some type of retail or commercial uses. Let's try and keep them in line with the houses that are surrounding there, so it's not damaging anything associated with that.
That intersection there on the right is a convenience store.
Yes, sir.
And across, used to be a service station, it's in the curve. Across the road from there, used to be an old motorcycle shop beside the house, move it on down, excuse me, right there. And it's now a barber shop and a couple other things in there.
Yeah, I think it's like a little small business development area.
What the fear was is that is the definition of this mixed use town center.
It is.
And we don't want to
That's a residential house.
squelch that by calling it a downtown residential.
Yeah.
If that use is so strict that it removes some of the mixed use components that are there or would be expanded.
I think it's got to the benefit of it right now of its zoning classification is that of like a neighborhood business commercial use.
Okay. The next one would be the, well, this is from memory, Parker Street at the end of Marshall, where all the fires are,
Oh,
the big meal.
Yes.
So the future land use designation in that area is,
where am I at? Okay.
it says industrial on, it says industrial on this existing land use.
Let's see here where we got. So I think that was one that may have been discussed and no, it's still, this one on the future land use map right now matches up with what we have now of a mixed use commercial.
Does mixed use commercial support multifamily? mixed with commercial and retail and in light industrial?
Let's see. Mixed use commercial, talks about desired patterns, currently include many strip and other low density commercial developments. These should be redeveloped over time into pedestrian oriented nodal centers of activity. New buildings in the mixed use commercial area should be located no further than 15 feet from the front line. Front lot line and should include transparent windows at least 50 feet of the first floor facade, multiple stories, and a mix of uses is desirable. Include commercial and office developments and is primarily located at a major intersection. These areas provide a mix of retail, commercial, office, multifamily, residential, and institutional uses. Buildings are multiple stories with architectural details, surface textures, and modulation of light and shade, and should be built at a human scale. So it doesn't really have any aspects of industrial.
You think industrial?
Is that an area where you're looking to incorporate industrial potentially?
It's an area of concern for multiple people in multiple segments of interest that do not want to see the future land use map squelch the potential for this to actually change and improve in any way, whether it's city employees, whether it's private land developers, whether it's homeowners that are in that area, whether it's property owners that are in close proximity to that area. They're all saying the same thing. That area needs to be as open as possible so that there can be some kind of solution if someone comes in to develop that property,
Just to get it from its current state,
just
essentially.
to rescue it.
I think the only issue that you have is like, there's no in between mixed use commercial and industrial. It's essentially, it's like a hard stop. It's like if there's no, and maybe that's what you include inside of like this language right here of the desired pattern of what is inside of your mixed use commercial. Provide a mix of retail, commercial, office, multifamily, residential, institutional uses, and I don't know exactly what you could reference in there regards to industrial, because you say industrial, then it's like, how hard scale industrial are we talking about? You could say light industrial, but light industrial could probably be relatively heavy in that area, depending upon, what's going on.
What is the public works yard there? What's it zoned?
I-1, and so is this property too. So it's currently zoned industrial.
So the zoning plus the intention of the future land use map pretty much includes, it encompasses anything. We could be, if we had to hear a case where a development wanted any industrial use, it's currently zoned. And that would be inconsistent with the future land use plan. But if it wanted to change any other zoning, that would almost be consistent with the land use plan. So we'd have a good basis to keep it moving.
Yeah, I think
we're good.
likely for industrial, they wouldn't come in front of y'all anyways.
That's correct. We wouldn't need to worry about it. Okay, then there's another one. Dean, you have
I know you have one on Baldwin Road.
okay.
Baldwin Road.
So there's some acreage down at the end of Baldwin Road.
Old prison camp in Eastway Lane.
It's adjacent to prison camp. It's, I think it's currently slated for residential use, which
Mixed use residential, yes, sir. So
that is not the current or the next 10-year intent of the ownership in that area.
that's what I understand.
So do we address that in the map? Or do you have it as an inconsistency when?
Trying to.
I think it's totally up to you all of, regardless of potential ownership in this area, what exactly do you all as the planning board envision this area looking like? Are you comfortable with changing this to something industrial or commercial based upon the surrounding residential aspects? There's mixed use commercial that's surrounding it, but then again, it's up to you all to determine if we want to defer from the mixed use residential currently to something else. Would you cater it towards one specific developer, or is this just how we view the whole land use as a whole? I don't want to be.
Just from the past few years' experience in that area it's leaning industrial.
I think it's currently,
And we're running out of industrial.
it's zoned industrial. So, I mean,
It's zoned industrial?
yes, sir. So that's another thing that you kind of have going on is it's zoned industrial. So is some of this area along East Interstate Service Road. And that falls into the same mixed, the mixed use commercial category. Same with kind of what was going on there with the old mill. But again, like if you change it to mixed use commercial, there's no inference of mixed or industrial. And a development like this would, depending upon what they want to do, could potentially come in front of you all. Actually, well, maybe not. I mean, with what we approved recently with the amendment for multiple occupancies of industrial on a single lot, would kind of keep it out of the realm of that business development type aspect as before. I'll put the ball in y'all's court in this one. I mean, it's zone industrial.
I don't know how to ask the question from the interviews with landowners in that area and potential buyers in that area, from pretty much everything west of the parcel 144,861 and parcel 144,860. So basically the entirety of Baldwin Road, once you get to the turn. Yeah, all of those big pieces. The consensus from all of these folks that are asking me to speak to this is that is a desire to be industrial. So how do we, as this group of citizens who are either owned currently or have an intent to develop industrial uses there, how do we edit the land use map? They bring that to me, so I'm bringing it to us.
It is industrial, so we wouldn't have to edit it, would we? It's industrial already.
The long range,
It's really zoned.
it's
currently.
industrial zone, but the land use plan calls it for residential.
Change that industrial if I was,
It's the designation of the land use
right,
map.
right, we need to change the designation heading there.
So
I
how,
don't have much industrial land left, period, and much less changing that to something different.
I mean, I think really the only thing is we take a snapshot, kind of like, I mean, essentially what you provided is you highlight the area in which, you know, on this map right here or anywhere, and shows like this area in particular currently viewed as mixed use residential. Planning board recommends that this area is reclassified to industrial on the future land use map.
that's what the folks are asking me to tell us as a group.
I'm okay with that. If the board's consensus is, I'm okay with that.
That's the current zone, right?
Yes, sir.
Current zoning and
I want to make sure, because I'll get y'all to take a look at, because you see where the future land use is currently up here, right? Like, this is all kind of inside the mixed use residential. There's these apartment buildings over here. But Chad references these, like essentially, because there's some existing homes right here, but it's essentially all of this through here of which they're looking at. Are we going to incorporate these small Baldwin Road properties inside of there too?
That's currently being looked at
Okay. I just-
with a 10-year horizon. So what is that? What is the outlook of this document? 10 to 15 years?
Yes, sir.
So it's consistent with what the intent is currently, or interest is in that area.
If that's all right with y'all, can easily make that change and provide it to them.
Funded in or?
So they're zoned RG for general residential, which is pretty much, you know, the most lenient residential inside of here. They're mobile homes essentially that are outside of here.
And they predated the ordinance, so they got the RG designation.
But you can see, I mean, all of this is residential, or not residential, but industrial through here along this service road and a little bit, all of this is NCDOT over here. I think all of this well, no, this is something else, but no, that's also DOT. But the only thing is, I guess there's the separation between here and the residential, but like I said, if you all are privy to that, I'm more than happy to make that change for you. This one right here is Essex Drive. Is that what you're referencing? Or right here? This is Baldwin. This is Gilbreth right here. This is Crescent.
It's behind the prison camp and Waste Industries.
Waste Industries. FAO. Are we satisfied with that?
Yes, sir.
Let's move on.
I think we're going to Cherry Lane next, is that right?
Yes, sir. The next one was Cherry Lane at the intersection of, or near the intersection of Governor Scott Farm Road, so east of that intersection. So consistent with that slide, the neighbors in that area have either expressed it to me in some way or another, their desire for residential or conservation agricultural type uses. And the industrial overlay or industrial designation does not reflect that accurately, with some of the large ovals being in permanent conservation, which I'm sure the city's just not aware of.
Permanent or in, I guess, what aspect, I guess, like,
So there's a program for agricultural uses that a farmer can request a conservation type easement restriction, however you want to word it, such that they pledge to hold in perpetuity the current condition of the property, that it will be used for agricultural uses or conservation uses with no increase in the impervious surface, the barns, the size of the homestead, the whole 9 yards. In exchange for that commitment, the farmer or landowner or rancher receives a present value payment.
mhm.
And then that runs with the property from now on.
Gotcha.
And so what the town's map is not aware of is that case occurring. And the symptom of that is that the map does not reflect that. So if I were taking a 30,000-foot view of Cherry Lane and did not have the knowledge that a 50-acre piece is permanently in conservation, it'd be quite misleading.
Yeah, I think the only because there are some green areas in here that are quote unquote conservation, but I think these are more or less along the lines of streams and
No,
things
you're
that
you're
go-
misunderstanding.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm just like, I'm calling it out as what is essentially listed on here as conservation. Like if there was a case where they wanted to change it or you all wanted to change it to identify these areas as these green conservation areas, whether it be for streams or for wetlands or for agricultural purposes.
I don't think that's quite what I'm trying to say. The light blue and blue patching, for example, shown over the green string buffer indicates to us that that's a blue and light blue area. What I'm saying is the actual parcel in its entirety is fixed as an conservation parcel
Designation, yeah.
designated as it's in its current state from now on.
Okay. No, yeah.
So that if I wanted to build anything on that property, I wouldn't.
Okay.
If the current owner wanted to build anything in perpetuity or tomorrow on that property, that owner couldn't. So we want to reflect accurately what's happening on those parcels.
So do you have a specific parcel you can point out that's
Yes.
in the conservation?
Yes, so if you go back to those ovals. The two big ovals opposing each other, just past Mr. Peddley's house. So go north and east. North and east. There you go. There's one and the other one is south of that. Those are Dixon and Isley.
Isley, that's Isley, where you're on there.
So those two big ovals are gonna remain farms. The little ovals, the little oval to the north is Ms. Whitfield. And will be Ms. Whitfield for the next, however long she's living. You know, with an intention of residential and agricultural use there. The 3 homes clustered together inside the oval to the west of the Isley family.
To the right there.
Those 3 are the Peddlety family, and they're currently residential uses. And their intent is to hold that until which time they're ready to sell to someone to include the farm parcel, which is still light blue to the south. Go that one. So those 3 parcels would likely go with that blue parcel. But in the short term, they remain residential. The little oval to the west of your arrow, that one is a residential use with absolutely. If he was here, he would be celebrating that he owns a home and intends to stay there. And then the further west, the circle to expand their potential use to a mixture of uses, not just in a what is that, an industrial use, but that was more of a mixed use intent to finish the core area south of Old Fields at the intersection of Governor Scott Farm Road and Cherry Lane. So to address their future land use, we would want to expand that to commercial, residential, and industrial.
Well, I think it's, let's take a step and look at what exactly because this is called the employment district. It's not specific into industrial itself. I just want to make sure that there's an understanding, at least on my end as well, of exactly what this kind of encapsulates. The employment district extends beyond the Commerce Park border and currently contains several uses, including farms, large lot, single-family homes, natural ground cover, distribution and warehousing. As rezoning occurs to employment district, it can be incorporated into blah, 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 yeah. The employment district shall accommodate a range of employers and provide office space, industrial space, commercial space, institutional space, and residential housing. This should be planned to limit environmental impacts, preserve open space and riparian corridors, and develop high-quality adaptable buildings for a variety of companies. So I mean,
Okay, that accurately represents the intent of the circle and the Peddleties. I think it would represent them if they were sitting here, they would agree with that. It leaves them a lot of options when they're ready to sell.
Okay.
To include the Isley and the Dixon in that area is misleading to the user of the map.
I can understand that. And essentially what we could probably do is just take those 2 properties and shade them out in its own. And
Yeah, they need to be their own conservation area because they're,
that's more or less what, like we have, like, I understand the conservation, like, it's not just like we shade it all green. Like this is conservation area, whether it be, like I said, the conservation area currently is, like classified on this map as just, wetlands, things other along those lines. But why can't it be conservation for farmland as well, of area that is not to be disturbed unless it is, or it could be just another color as a whole. I mean, I think there's options to identify those as you're kind of describing it. It's just a different color on the map and a different definition inside of here to define exactly what that is.
I think there's very few of those in the county because there are only a few awarded every year, maybe one every year. But I do know that we have another one of these out in the county north of Western Alamance High School. So however we want to handle it, it just needs to be obvious to the user of the map that if you're trying to assemble a large group of parcels, that you got to skip a couple.
I think, yeah, I have no issue with like putting those on a pedestal essentially and providing that to city council on behalf of you all, if that's what you want to do.
You have to show them you have to differentiate that and then let the property owners come speak to council.
It'll be open.
Yeah. But the map as it stands is misleading and is the desire of the owners
For those two
for
properties.
those to
owner.
be corrected.
So essentially, we highlight this area and identify as agricultural conservation area. Is that a good way to describe it?
I think for layman's terms, that's accurate, yes.
Is that a good one to incorporate into the land use map? Or is there a better one that might,
Or do we already have a category that? There's just that conservation overlay.
yeah, that's the streams and everything.
That would be misleading.
I mean, even, I don't think rural residential will do it either. I think it really needs to have its own kind of yeah, I agree. And I think that's possible.
And unfortunately, it's big enough, but and in such an important area that it needs to be brought to the attention of the user of the map.
Yeah, I agree. Don't want to waste money and time trying to develop plans on something that can't happen. I have no problem with that. I just want to know what I should define it as. What should we
I
call
would
this?
define it, an old county guy as a conservation district is what we used to call them, and they're just locked in. I mean, they're just like
We have-
they are now at this.
Just, yeah, I don't want to, because we have the conservation overlay currently, and I don't want there to be, I guess, confusion between the two, but I guess if we define whatever the conservation district is, it can work out. So if that's fine with y'all, I'm cool with it.
Does a conservation district have to be agricultural?
No, well, it's open space essentially. It just never changes. It's there. All right.
And it's
What
the
What
proper,
it is now is perpetual. It will not change. It will not develop. There will be no activity on it. It's like.
and the proper name is conservation district.
And that's,
That's what we used to call them, but
That's-
now.
and that's what they kind of have here already is, the conservation overlay
That's
essentially.
not the
what.
same thing.
But
Any-
saying it's wet, things that are never going to be developed, wetlands, these things, riparian buffers. these
That's not
types of
true
things.
because we could go in wetland areas and as we did on Hardin Street. And
Well, maybe
take out the
wetlands
wet-
is an improper word, I should say. Floodways, riparian buffers, things along those lines.
we yes, in perpetuity.
And so that it can never be developed.
That's correct.
We did it on the park.
That's correct. It's, I think the vocabulary words we're learning is conservation district. And that needs to be added to the legend of the map. There is nothing wrong with the conservation overlay because that is in fact correct. They could be called conservation areas or environmentally.
Never change.
No.
They,
Once they
they,
receive the conservation district designation, that's it. They're,
Yellowstone.
sorta, without the, Native American intervention. Yeah.
We'll label it as conservation district. And we'll give it a bright, bright purple.
And Miss Isley in the northern part of the county has property that it's unzoned. It's in the county that's done the same way.
Yeah.
It's an exchange of development rights for present value money, I think is what it amounts to.
I won't actually make it purple. I don't know. I won't probably won't give it a color. I'll just let the map owner decide. But I mean, back to your point of the remainder of the area that you have highlighted. I mean, is the employment district something that we need to change or is it fine in its current state?
I think it's accurately representing the intent of Mr. Westman, the Scotts, the Peddleties, Mr. Cruiser. I think it represents their intent accurately. However, Dixon and Isley are out of it.
We can make that happen.
And then for Eduardo and myself, we're gonna live there. It doesn't matter to me what the land use map says. I do want the property line reflected correctly on the GIS so that it is not.
It hasn't been updated
misconstrued.
yet. That's crazy. I mean, you saw they literally updated the zoning for the Washington Street thing. Because that one's on the tax side of things, I guess, for, whenever that gets translated over from the tax office. I don't know. I can reach out to, because we all stem from the Alamance County GIS that trickles down to ours. So if it's not even updated on the Alamance County side, I don't know what it is.
Did while I was at City Hall in Burlington, did you all go over sections 4 and sections? Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
You got some changes? Let's do them.
Can we go to 4.1.2?
Let me see if I can find it. Yes. Reduce the proliferation of commercial strip development occurring along Graham's major thoroughfares.
I have in my notes to look at sidewalk trails. Is that somewhere written in there?
Strategy too.
Encourage internal connectivity between commercial plazas with sidewalk, trail, and driveway connection. Does there need to be a comma there?
Yes, thank you.
Sidewalk trails and driveway.
There we go.
Come on.
4.4.2.
Say that one again.
4.4.2. In my notes is brick step sidewalk crossing, bricks.
Strategy 3, require brick stamped concrete for crosswalks downtown and encourage in other areas with high pedestrian traffic.
So in the interest of public works, we want to make sure we distinguish the difference between brick pavers and brick stamps.
My understanding is brick stamp is concrete that looks like bricks.
That is the preferred message. As long as that's clear, then we can move on to the next section. Page 53, I don't know what that is.
Oh,
I go 2-4?
right there, it should be right on 53.
I'm right on it.
And then do you have my notes from my submittal earlier?
Let us see. Probably, they're probably right here.
I apologize for not having it all memorized yet.
53, the city of Graham's extraterritorial planning jurisdiction has properties contained within it. Properties contained within it that are adjacent to the NC Commerce Park Planning District. This location provides an area for economic growth. This once historical and agricultural area has developed over the past 20 years with large mixed-use neighborhoods such as Old Fields and Cherry Creek, and has large tracts adjacent to the NC Commerce Park area. Initial construction of both Lidl and Walmart within the district opened the doors for additional industrial and warehouse uses in the area. The 1,100-acre park loosely includes the portions of Graham, Mebane, and unincorporated Alamance County areas. Through a combination of annexation, rezoning, and municipal water and sewer extensions, as well as collaboration between local governments, this area can offer a multitude of development possibilities. And that's for, I guess, the NC Commerce Park. But yeah, 5.4 probably right here.
Wanting that chair.
I think I wanted to add the information in there about how here's where we were, here's where we're going. In order to get where we're going, you need to be aware that you're going to extend water and sewer in that area and do improvements. Because right now, we don't have water and sewer in some of those areas, and we have inadequate, to some opinion, street network. So if a developer is working in that area, they need to be aware that, yeah, it's consistent with the land use plan, but you're going to have to spend some money to get the rest of the city sewer up there, abandon the Back Creek pump station, extend some water main, and build some highways. And I think my intent there was to suggest the replacement of the existing paragraph with that one after we scrutinize. And I hope Elizabeth wrote one too, but I bet you did. Maybe just take a minute to, what do you call it? Edit by committee?
Yep.
when we send this language forward, the new council members need to be aware of the things that they're not aware of. The need for water and sewer in that area, and that it will be extended by the developer. It is not the trunk line that was extended through the Commons Park. So far has not been looked at that way.
Yeah, most all the water out there is orange alamance, which is not even city of Graham water, and the rest are on septic tanks.
I don't have a problem with that.
There may be a better way to, I kind of got choked up at this NPC, and it could just be me not being able to read right. The Graham's Equatorial Planning Jurisdiction has properties contained within it. Maybe that's right. That seems fine. I think it's fine.
Substitute that language or not?
No, I think it's fine. I think I was just reading it too fast.
Incorporate that into. Incorporate that.
Ooh, what is that? That's not that. I don't know why it's looking like this currently. Interesting. Has not done this yet. Yeah, I'll probably have to end up just typing it, but I have an understanding of what y'all are wanting to do at least. I apologize. I wish I could have figured that one out while we were here.
5.4.2. I guess that follows a few pages later.
Yeah, I think it was one of the policies encourage rural residential and conservation residential development to preserve a portion of the rural character of the district and to protect environmental sensitive and flood prone areas. And your change was encourage residential, rural residential and conservation type residential development along with sensitive industrial development with large vegetative buffers and preservation of sensitive visual and historical components, environmental and flood prone areas.
There's already momentum in that area to develop with an industrial and a commercial nature. And we omitted that in the language without that change, it's omitted from that. You follow me?
Anybody have a problem with that? I'm not even gonna try and,
Those buffers are huge.
Incorporate that.
right in here, it's just gonna change this language right here, essentially just to add the additional buffers, right, to kind of have that stuff incorporated inside of here.
You read it carefully.
What's that?
You read it carefully because it's a different paragraph.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I'm just, because I haven't changed it. Rural residential and conservation type along with sensitive industrial developments with large vegetative buffer and preservation of sensitive visual and historical components, environment of flood prone areas.
I think current ownership of the historical home place and the barn there, intend to use the barn and the home place.
And more.
At least for the
protective.
next foreseeable future. At least that's what those folks are telling me with D.R. Horton and with, Mr. Bishop, so.
Oh, no. Okay, I'll have to do that tomorrow. That's not gonna work out. Is everybody okay with that?
Cameron, will you go back to my notes?
I think it's this 5.5, you said fix map. Fix 5.5 illustration.
I guess that's consistent with the changes we made already. I don't know, is that the map on? Is that the map I'm saying fix the illustration?
Yes, sir.
And it must be the, boundaries, because there's nothing to fix. So it must have been the boundaries to incorporate the lines that would show the Dixon and the Isley piece. I think that's the only, that must be what I was thinking of.
And I don't, well, I mean, I guess we could throw that inside of there as well, but I think more of the emphasis is probably gonna be taking a look at when it comes to, the future land use map as a whole. But if we wanna highlight these areas, it's just not a,
Well, if 10% of a district is,
It needs to
Good
be
part.
highlighted there
you
is
got
part
it.
of it.
as the
I will make a note of it.
conservation district.
Yes, sir. And I think we trickled back down to fix page 62, fix page 64, and page 66 that I believe we've hit on, but I can go back and look at 62 and 64.
and that must have been 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3.
Two says conservation overlay. The other ones we did hit, but
Okay, then that's where we're getting into the definition that we've already gotten an education on, I think. So is there anything in that section that we've got to clarify or further define? I don't think so.
I think we're just adding in a definition for conservation district inside
Okay.
of there.
Yeah, and the other term that the internet uses is conservation easement. So I don't know that there's 6 of one has another than another, but both of them meet the same definition, so. Voice of wording.
District.
All right, look, can we go back to my notes?
Yes,
Or
sir.
I'm at the end of my red lines.
We
We've
got,
done that, we've done that. We did that. All right. So I owe your illustration on the cul-de-sac neighborhood, just for time. It's easier for us to draw it than for you to have to draw it.
I could see if I could find something online too. Up to
I
you.
got it.
Okay.
Short and sweet.
Something that, when we were, looking at this document, and I know it's 6 months on this, but it's like things change, and Cameron, correct me if this isn't the right document for this, but, you know, when this document was created, there weren't Airbnb. And, you know, when you look at other communities across America, I don't necessarily think that right now they're a huge problem, but, I have an Airbnb beside me in my residential home, and I'm all for entrepreneurship and people using it. You know, I have no like complaints because, I try to be a very good neighbor. This person that lives here lives in another state, but he rents this out, and I can absolutely see other neighbors being frustrated. You know, there's sometimes as many as 15 cars at this Airbnb in a residential neighborhood. Why are they not in my driveway? You know, that's just me. But I can definitely see that it can cause a lot of concerns. And I've heard from people on Gilbert Street, I've heard from people on Main Street. They were renting the Airbnb out, on Main Street, and it deals with the use of the property. And you're basically taking the residential use in a residential neighborhood and using it for commercial purposes. And, you know, again, it comes back to people being responsible and people being not responsible. And, so, you know, how do we address that? I guess it's not previously been in our land use plan. But I think adequacy of parking and, you know, limitations on, you know, we already have ordinances now about, boarding houses and things like that. That was one of the concerns on Main Street, is that it was being used for nefarious reasons, to do drug deals and things like that, because there was no, there's no stove, there's no refrigerator, but they're renting it out as an Airbnb. Things odd. And so, those kind of things are concerning to some residents, and I think they need to be addressed, if not in this document somewhere. The second thing was, can we identify in this document, or is it appropriate to identify in this document areas like, all of the apartments that were built there on 54, when it floods, I mean, those residents are 150% trapped. It's happened multiple times in my, you know, me being here, and, if more development goes there, it's concerning that you sometimes have to go almost 24 hours not being able to get out and not being able to get in, because that, only access point floods, and not like you can drive a truck over it. I mean, they close the road, it's so dangerous.
I think it's called Town Branch.
I think it's these up here off of Woody over here, right?
About water course, you're talking about water course off of 54, behind the liquor store and behind the PP. Yeah, so I think that is called Town Branch.
Town Branch is over by Graham High School. Oh, you're talking about the creek.
The creek itself, so I needed,
Yes.
all right, so more people trapped.
During the time that you couldn't access the property, but, I mean, there's a parking lot there at that gas station down there when people can't get in, and they close the road due to flooding, and the whole river floods, and, I mean, I'll honestly say that we saw a flood this past time. I didn't think I'd ever see it, and maybe I won't ever see it again in my lifetime, 100-year or 200-year flood. I guess some people see it, but saw tractor trailers. I mean, there was like 20 tractor trailers that were floating around, because of that river flooding.
Whose responsibility is that?
So it's really concerning about land use when it comes to flooding areas that are known for flooding. So, you know, how do you address Airbnbs? And is it in this document? And how do we address, land use, further development in areas that we already know have flooding issues and access issues? I think, you know, if there was another way out, the flooding wouldn't matter if that road was closed. That's their only way. So what do you do if somebody has a medical emergency, and how do you get them out? And just more and more apartments have been built in there, just, I mean, you know, much more than just water course. And maybe more in the future. So how do you address this? maybe Cameron's the best one to. So I feel like they need to be addressed.
I mean, the only thing that I could really speak to is the Airbnb part of it, being that we've adopted ordinance associated with Airbnbs. Inside the development ordinance, what you're thinking about is actual requirements of things that are happening associated with Airbnbs. I don't think this document may be the most appropriate place to put something like that. It'd have to be readdressed inside the development ordinance with probably another text amendment to bolster up whatever that may be. But I think it really boils back down to the fact of how exactly does our development ordinance enforce something that's happening outside of hours? It really probably falls back on the police making sure that, you know, if there is parking requirements, that they're being met, or if they're parking on other people's property, that it's private property aspects at that point. Conservation and flooding, I'll segue over to you, Mr. Huffine. The only thing I can think about is stormwater requirements whenever these things are developed in pre and post flows that are going around there, and grading, but that's about my only thoughts.
So I think to point number one into from Jennifer, they're both outside of the land use map. But number one, I think we should ask the question, do we look at the table of permitted uses to see where Airbnb is? And is there a need to look at it further it's in a table of permitted uses
That's correct.
realm and a ordinance realm as opposed to the land use map.
And it could be, I mean, like, we adopted this stuff long after people were doing Airbnbs as well. There's probably a handful that we have on our list that were grandfathered in prior to the adoption of this. I mean, you're talking about many of people that were operating Airbnbs because we didn't have any associate or ordinance language associated with it. So people were just pretty much doing as they were. And those properties are grandfathered in based on the list that we have. And if there's new ones, then they're in violation. But what's it called? Short-term rentals.
Chairman, as a board, could we look at that at another meeting pretty soon and just make sure that we're looking at the table of permitted uses? Where does the Airbnb or short-term rentals fall in? What's the definition of? And because we kind of got into that with the ADUs. But I guess to address the citizens' question.
I don't have a problem with that. And we can get that scheduled for next month.
And then to point number two, the floodplain area is specific to what I'm referring to as the physical town branch. That stream has been subject to several studies and culvert improvements. But it is in my opinion, it is something that the town could look at through a regional flood study effort of that area, because the town planning jurisdiction surrounds the state maintained roads that have the culverts contained within them. And it is not likely that DOT takes the initiative to improve those culverts without a basis from the city and as a collective, the areas around it. Individual stormwater controls at this point aren't going to solve the 500-year flood we had, but a bigger culvert or a double culvert would probably have made the roads passable with a four-wheel drive as opposed to impassable, period. And the other side of the property is bound by the river, so you're just not going to get out that way.
And that sounds like it's something like a council action to tell staff to
do a flood study and make some recommendations to DOT, because otherwise there's no motivation to make those improvements. And an individual developer that builds another 10 acres or 30-acre apartment complex isn't going to be asked to improve that culvert through a downstream flood study analysis. They're going to be asked to do on-site stormwater control and attenuate their post-development flow to the pre-development flow. Well, we know the problems already exist.
even if you think if there's a flood study that's done, that wouldn't be something that we could incorporate onto them of like, if you want to develop here, we have a flood study here that says new development needs to have this based on this area.
I don't know if it's appropriate. I mean, we've been studying that branch for 25 years.
Yeah.
It flooded when I was a young engineer, and there's just more people to cry about it now, and
Yeah.
it's always been a problem. There's parcels that are inaccessible because you can't get across the creek to to develop them that's been sitting there 30 years,
I understand.
prime real estate. So if the town could take, if the staff could take our suggestion to go study that branch, figure out what the new culverts need to be, and then present that to DOT, that's probably the most efficient way to answer that question. Because otherwise it's not going to get fixed through private development unless it's a big area that includes that culvert.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate the insight.
And then ask Josh if he thinks that what I just said is right.
Yeah.
I think it's the case. We
Yeah,
would
I-
have to initiate.
So too,
the
I think it has
flexibility.
to trickle down from somebody to him, essentially to pay him to do that. So,
Anything further on the development ordinance, 2035 plan? Do we need to have a second, special meeting the end of this month, for anything else?
To
Before
review
goes
it.
to council, before it goes to council? Just throwing that out there.
I'll be glad to.
Good with another meeting. It might be good to review, just do a final on check with all the
Cameron, can we get,
edits that you make.
we get a, meeting in the advertisement in time for a special meeting before the end of the month?
maybe. Let's see.
When does council meet
The
again?
14th.
The second Tuesday of,
April.
April 14th.
So I have to, I mean,
Ain't selected a day yet.
I have
Council meeting, what are you talking? Selected a day yet?
essentially,
I said council's meeting. Yeah. City council, yeah.
public notice has to be sent to the Alamance News the 2nd and the 9th of April. We have a special called meeting next Tuesday for the Historic Resource Commission. I would probably need to have something done prior to this week, so we have something to send over. Agenda items are due at the end of this week as well. So I need to have something done before, probably, it needs to be next week, to be quite honest with you,
Next week.
or Monday, the 30th.
Cameron, can we recess and reconvene as opposed to adjourning and then having to announce a special meeting?
I don't think so.
It's an old trick.
That is an old trick, but when exactly are we, y'all want, I guess is how long exactly are we recessing for? I think that's more or less is what it is. Like if we're recessing for
We
4
we have
days.
to give them a date. I think you can recess for weeks, but you got to give them a date. We're recess and reconvene.
That one's a little bit over my head right now where I could make a decision on, to be quite honest with you. Special meeting is 48-hour notice. I think it's relatively easy to make. We just have to talk about what we're deciding on. I don't think it makes a difference if we recess or not. The public notice just goes out to the sunshine list, essentially saying that we're meeting again, and there's 48-hour notice. We could get that on Thursday of next week if we want to do it on that Monday, the 30th. I just need to know what date works best for you all. I think that is the last date that we could possibly do it. So between that date and Tuesday, the 24th, it's off. If y'all want to do it between any of those dates, I'll be here. So I'll turn the lights on.
Can you, have the, edits done and to us by this weekend?
I could probably have the edits done to you by tomorrow. They're pretty much already finished. I literally just have to add the ones that didn't want to copy and paste over, and y'all stuff that we're switching back and forth. I think I could take care of that relatively quickly.
Okay, and also, I would prefer you not to schedule anything else on the special meeting day.
Oh, I don't plan on it.
Thank you.
We will have probably something, well, we'll get into that later, but
Any, non-agenda items anybody wants to talk about?
if we, just so we're formality wise, if you want to table this to the next planning board meeting, table the future land use discussion to the next planning board meeting, and we'll get it scheduled. I think that'd be a good.
But if we
formula.
say we're gonna table it to the next planning board, do we have to say next special called meeting?
The next planning board meeting, I think is perfectly fine.
Okay.
The next,
So-
the next planning board meeting is very vague enough the way it makes sense, so.
So I'll make a motion that we table this to the next planning board meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Now, you'll let us know when the special meeting is, date wise.
That is up for you all to decide. I mean,
Okay,
I
we're-
have my,
We're setting it right now. That's what I was trying to get to. And we're trying to set that right now.
my apologies, sir. I do apologize. I gave you the two dates that I cannot do. That is the 24th or the two dates that it needed. The 24th is no good and the 31st is no good. It needs to be between the 30th and
Okay.
tomorrow.
What day is good for everybody?
I'm gone next Wednesday through Friday.
Okay,
I'm going next
so,
Wednesday.
so the 30th, Monday, the 30th of March, is that good for everybody?
30th. Got it. Monday, the 30th.
Monday, the 30th, sir.
If y'all would like to formally motion
I'd like to
second,
make a motion that we have a special called planning board meeting on Monday, March the 30th at 6:30 PM.
No moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Cameron, this will still get us on the agenda for April? for the
Yes, sir.
County Commissioner, all right.
Like I said, that is the last date that I would be able to do it. And if it doesn't give y'all much of leeway, if it doesn't come out that night, it's going out to the,
It'll come out that night.
It should be just proofreading and in and out.
One final review. That's all it takes.
I do appreciate the diligence that was put into this, by you all. I know it's late. Mad respect to everybody up on the board that has, participated and provide insight, which is all of you all. I was just hanging out here tonight, so I'm glad I could, help you all out if I did at all, so.
Yeah, man.
Anything other further?
No, like I was just gonna say, I think we have a couple things that may be coming in next month wise. So we will meet the next meeting and in our regularly scheduled meeting in, April. Look forward to it.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Aye.
Hey,
Everybody?
I know it. We didn't even have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, man.